Good video, very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Welcome one, welcome all back to Trovo Titans and to our Clash Royale Finals. My name is Counterfeit, joined by Rook, as we will have 16 players competing today in a single elimination competition. Rook, what are they going to be fighting for?
They're going to be fighting for a €2,500 prize pool just for Clash Royale and a €250,000 total prize pool across everything. But they're also playing for some of those Titan points as well, with first getting 90, second getting 40, third to fourth getting 20, fifth to eighth getting 10, and 9 to 16th getting 5.
Yeah, we're getting into that a little bit later on, but we're so glad to have you guys along with us across the way. So for us, it's lovely to be back in the Clash Royale space to see what our players have got for us. In Rook, we've been looking around a little bit, trying to scout out what the very bleeding edge of Clash Royale play is at the moment. How are you feeling like the game overall as it stands coming into today?
Well, in my opinion, and in what I've kind of seen a lot of people playing, it's all about hogs, be it Royal or still 2.6 hog cycle. All of those decks are still very strong. There's been some interesting additions, some change-ups. You're still going to see things like Lava Loot, potentially, but you're often going to see things playing a little bit more around that Royal Giant, which I think is very strong as well, and even the addition of Mother Witch, which has been definitely very fascinating.
Well, let's take a little look at how things are going to be laid out today, in terms of how everyone's going to be playing against each other. So, as you'd expect, it will be 1v1, with these being best of 5 games. But even if they are best of 5, it's only single elimination. So, still very high risk, high reward on every single game.
Yeah, and obviously swapping between those decks is going to be massive and allowing players to properly make some real strategic decisions and trying to get the right counter for the right composition.
Yeah, so there's no bans here. All are wild with every single deck, so we're definitely looking out to see who's able to adapt the best. But as we mentioned before, we've got a whole heap of prizes for our players here today. If they do not get knocked out, as you can see up there, the top prize of €900 and those Titan points as well. But a very good pricing all the way down. The 16 players playing today, nobody walks away with nothing.
Yeah, it's really great to see as well, trying to help the community grow and get that little bit of cash in there. Whether you're spending on gems or anything else, it's always nice to have that little bit extra. And obviously, those Titan points, well, they certainly mean prizes, obviously.
For sure, and if you're not familiar with the Titan points, we'll go into them a little bit later on. But let's take a look at what our bracket's going to actually be looking like here, because we're going to do our very best to provide as much of this bracket on stream as is humanly possible. You can see there, we got players from all over the place coming and joining today, but we will be dropping half of those at the end of the first round.
Yeah, obviously, there's no second chances here. Got to make sure you're playing for every single chance that you can get. It's really great to see, honestly, that you've got such a wide variety of different countries represented here, and I'm definitely interested to see who's going to be coming out top dog, because there can only be one winner.
Absolutely, but it's quite a long journey to get there, and very unforgiving of any individual mistakes. So, as we said, with the players coming to this one, blind picking their decks into each other, we've got a real kind of dynamic here of, do you stick with the decks that you're most familiar with, through all 3 games you need to win to progress, or do you mix things up to try and adjust to what your opponent is doing?
I mean, it really is what you're kind of comfortable with. You want to be playing a deck because even if you've got, the perfect counter for absolutely everything that your opponent's throwing at you, if you don't know how to play it, what's it really going to matter? So I think you'll actually see a lot of people sticking with relatively similar things, maybe changing up a couple of cards. You've got some flex slots in your decks, but for the most part, playing what you know is going to be that key to success.
So how we got our players here today are through 4 different qualifiers. So, 4 people qualifying from each of those 4. There were a couple of players who got to stand out in particular, though, Rook.
Yeah, there certainly were. And I mean, because of the way we approached a lot of the first ones, we got to play all the way towards those very finals. And Clem, with a second place in qualifier 1, also got first place in that qualifier 2, beating down Stap 1 2-0. However, they did lose to Dari IVT, who won that very first qualifier 2-1, and really stamped themselves as being the top of the class.
Yes, so for a lot of our later qualifiers, in the interest of getting everything done quickly, we kind of cut them off at the top 4 because we knew all 4 of those were going through. But yeah, I think Daryl and Verkleum, those are the 2 players who proved that they can make their way through a competition of this nature. I do believe those games were only best of 3 though, so we didn't get to see the full capability of each of these players, and maybe we get to be surprised as our brackets really come together.
Best of 5 really is a whole different beast. You get a lot of different kind of variations, and people really have that strategic diversity and strategic depth to be able to swap around on those decks. Obviously, playing what you know is important, but if you have multiple decks you know, it's always good to have something in the back pocket, especially if they're different kinds of decks. Maybe you've got a Royal Giant for that more mid-range style strategy, especially with the Fisherman, which is always such a great tool. But you've also got things like 2.6 Hog Cycle, which is a really aggressive deck, low to the ground, and loves to put the pressure on your opponents.
Well, I mean, you know, bringing up the Hog Rider and like, what kind of decks are you specifically hoping we'll get to see a lot of here today? What ones are you expecting to see do the best?
Well, I may not necessarily be hoping to see it per se, but Royal Hogs is definitely something that's particularly scary right now. I've seen a lot of log bait decks with that one potentially coming on in, and also bringing more of the cart as well. It's definitely been very interesting, very strong, and deals with the kind of mess that you often see around those bridges and can really take control of some games, especially if you get it parked in front of a castle. You can easily knock it down as quickly as possible. Now, something interesting which I would love to see more of is obviously that Mother Witch has come on in, really great at dealing with those smaller groups of cheap units like skeletons, because she turns them into hogs for yourself, and that's a lot of value.
Absolutely, yeah, really scary if you're ever throwing out any of those quick, cheap, disposable units, so suddenly you can end up with effectively a whole bunch of Royal Hogs running you down when you weren't expecting it. So our players do need to be really, really careful. And of course, coming into today, we are on season 27, the Executioner's Kitchen. So we've had a few bits and pieces changed around. You mentioned the Mother Witch. Night Witch had the big change that no longer spawning bats when she dies, so you can't clone her up anymore and end up with a big bat souffle.
Man, it would be such a good way to, well, it was such a great thing. I love to kind of play around with that wherever I darn well could. But yeah, gone, unfortunately. And they also brought buildings a little bit more online, which is really going to hurt that Tesla tower. Now, it's only got 30 seconds duration, and it's not necessarily going to be so effective. But the bomb tower gets that little bit of buff, and we might see some of that today as well, because having at least a single building in your composition can be really useful in dealing with things like the hogs I was talking about before.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen that be essential in the past, hogs in particular, and what comes as a result of that as well. If the players come in today with the expectation they're going to be seeing buildings like that, maybe we see some spawners coming in as well, that we start to see other cards like Earthquake creeping into the mix as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see people make the meta call of bringing out Earthquake. It is a very, hey, I know you're going to bring buildings, I know they're important to your game plan, what can I do to deal with them? We've been seeing people running some cheeky decks involving lots of different spawners, I think you kind of mentioned to me before. I'm not sure quite how viable it is personally, but I mean, an Earthquake would be great at dealing with that, and sometimes it can run double, even triple duty if it's hitting a unit, a building, and also going to hit that castle. There's a lot of value to be had in an Earthquake.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm a little sad we're not in, where I started out with Clash Royale, messing around with elixir generators and the like, which would certainly, hate being earthquaked, but honestly, I kind of hate being done everything else. We do end up, in a kind of a very different situation here than what we might be seeing normally on the ladder, because, our players are going to have a pretty good idea that not only, it's a very different environment they're working with here, because while on the ladder you can kind of accept there's going to be some bad matchups. I can just, brush those off and say, if my win rate's, 60, 70%, that's totally fine. If that all happens to you in one round of play here, you could get knocked out of the tournament entirely.
Yeah, there are so few chances for you, and then we kind of see people running things that we often see in grand challenges as well. Something I think that is really strong and has been kind of stood the test of time is a lot of people bring these minor decks in these kind of competitions because they know how to run them. You get minor advantages. See what little bit to chip damage wherever you darn well can, and kind of playing for the longer game, because in these tournaments you're not so worried about thinking, hey, if I win a game in 1 minute or lose a game within 1 minute, that's actually really good for my net gain in terms of crowns. But in this game, it's all about those wins, and playing those longer games is something that is potentially going to be very important. Maybe not in some of the early games, which might be a little bit faster, but especially towards the later ones. You'll be surprised how many you see go to time or go very far, even with decks that are obviously going to blow you up and blow you down, like maybe Lumberjack and Loon, or Rage Potion and Balloon, to really blow through those towers. But it requires that mistake to be made, and these guys, they're pretty darn solid players.
Well, that's the thing, when we get two really well matched up players against each other, then it can really, really just come down to those individual little pieces of damage, because nearly every card is being dedicated across to trying to make sure your opponent doesn't, blow you out of the game entirely, that there's so little room to get in that incidental damage that will eventually, once we go all the way to the end of overtime, which I'm certain we'll be seeing quite a lot of here today, just having even that 1 point of health is a difference maker.
It really is. To kind of talk again about decks that I thought were going to be particularly interesting, I have seen people talking about bringing back the Magic Archer again, and that's a great deck, I think, for this, because you're always thinking about how you can one-up your opponents and obviously get value trades and get that little bit of chip in wherever you darn well can. Obviously, people want to be running, small spell, big spell, small spell, big spell, as usual, but the Magic Archer allows you to not only kind of harass over the bridge, which, especially against some of these bridge spam decks, can be very scary, but get that little bit of damage in onto, well, basically everything.
Well, we talked a little bit about some of the changes coming in as the latest patch. Something I've been certainly noticing myself is seeing a little bit more of the Royal Giant around the place. I do believe he got a little change, which could have a fairly big impact if we are talking about games that are very marginal against each other.
Yeah, first attack has gone down by 0.2 seconds, which is obviously super relevant for that Royal Giant, because every single time he hits with that cannon, it's a big old chunk, and he doesn't have to walk very far, so that's going to be a lot of damage coming out very quickly. And I think with that, and obviously Mother Witch, and the Fisherman still being very strong, it's a really strong mid-range deck that can deal with basically anything. So it wouldn't be a big surprise to see that kind of thing here, because obviously you were talking earlier about how bad matchups can really quickly lose you a best-of-5 series. Obviously, you don't care too much about it on ladder so much, but it's really impactful to be able to have that full suite of options to deal with anything. Obviously, you see a lot of people bringing Log because it's such a versatile tool. The same can be said for a lot of the pieces that would otherwise go into a Royal Giant deck with that Fisherman.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be such a big difference maker here, because we've got these cores of so many of these different decks where, we were talking about this before this all started here today, that you've got some amount of versatility in your build, but you can't cover every single base. So that's something we're definitely going to be tracking very closely, is where do people need to make sure they've got these kind of capacities in their deck? Do they have to have anti-air or will they lose? Do they have to have some way of dealing with buildings or will they lose? What's going to be the whole tournament meta just in this group exclusively?
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, good bit of damage coming in early here, but the trade back and already runs in those Royal Hogs to try and get that early damage in and get an advantage.
Unfortunately, the Fisherman not quite able to activate the King Tower there. Oh no, he's doing too good of a job of killing the Hogs.
Oh, that's just tragic. That could have been a really great opportunity for Tanqueray, but not enough to be able to push them over the edge and actually get that big advantage, which is going to would have really helped them defend things. Elite Barbarians coming out here. I haven't seen this unit very much recently.
Yeah, they hit real hard, so they're going to go through these big units like they're butter. Fortunately, the Goblin Cage does enough. So we know Tanqueray, who came into this tournament through the third qualifier, has at least got something to hold back the Hordes as the Mega Knights give each other a mega slap, holding ground on the bridge.
Oh, it's the combo. They've got the Fisherman and the Hunter able to deal a lot of damage, and this will actually put things in their favor. Love the poison coming on out here. I think this spell is really good with the buff we saw to it to make it slow as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be hanging around that much longer when you're slowed down, so great extra utility. You see Tanqueray's feeling themselves right now, but the Hogs are coming. Nice interception there with the Goblin Cage, and I think these Hogs are going to struggle to get too much done. They do at least get one through for a little bit of a tickle on the left-hand tower.
That's a good bit of damage, actually. That could really make a big difference, especially because these Sparkies are going to mean that there's going to be very little going in terms of aggression here. That Goblin's not going to be able to damage that tower very much. Now, both players, having revealed a lot of their cards, kind of shows us how this one's going to match up. But we could still see a really big spell for Klim. I think that could turn the tide.
So splitting the Elite Barbarians Fireball, we'll try to open up the left-hand flank. A two-pronged attack from Klim here. Seems like it's struggling a little bit. The Mega Knight comes in, Flying Machine up in the air for Klim as there's the Graveyard, there's the big spell from Tanqueray. This could be the big damage.
And I was excited for that Fireball to come on in, but the Mother Witch coming through here, a good poison does put that pressure on and will actually kill a Mother Knight if every single tick hits it, as it does just barely. But the Royal Hogs are piled on in, and look at how many Hogs there are to back it up from the Mother Knight. This is a massive amount of damage from Klim here. You could easily take the game.
Oh boy, you were talking about the Mother Knight before we all started here today. Talk about a punishment for that Graveyard. Tanqueray has at least still got both towers, so they're not done quite yet, but they're going to need to pull off something major to deny all these fireballs and damage coming in from Klim.
Man, that was a really good Fireball as well, got a lot of value out of it, but this Hunter as well is working overtime, and they're going to need it absolutely. Tanqueray is so far behind, and they're actually going to have to drop this here, but the poison and the Mother Witch again, this is really going to sting.
Yeah, Tanqueray only needs to take down the left-hand tower, and it will not matter how much health is left, but it's going to matter right now. Klim is coming charging in from both flanks. The cage is there, but we've seen it may not be enough. Fireball takes a chunk. The Hogs are looking to try and take down both towers at the same time. Tanqueray, they're down to the last legs here. They've got barely anything left.
And it's just a matter of time. This Graveyard has to go big or go home. The Mother Witch is there. We'll get to do a lot of work, especially if that poison's back up a little bit. Could find some damage here. The Snowball is still trying to do it, but there's the Fireball coming on through. And that little bit of reach for Klim does net them game one.
Very nicely done. This is such a great illustration of what we were talking about before, when we're going blind into blind with our decks here. That, yeah, if you run into a counter card like the Mother Witch that was there for the Graveyard, you are immediately in a ton of trouble.
Yeah, it's so darn difficult to deal with, and that's why we're actually seeing not a lot of Graveyard in the current meta, purely because Mother Witch is sitting right there, and she's like, well, these skeletons are so free. It's literally feeding it, and you look at the value you're getting from each of those cards. Mother Witch is obviously, probably, let's be real, maybe a 3, maybe a 2.5 elixir card on its own, but when it actually kills something, obviously its value starts to go up and up and up and up, and you get maybe 2 Hogs, and you're already positive. It can make such a big difference, and I mean, we saw it there, right? The entire game shifted. You're looking at that right there. Tanqueray's like, yeah, I can get my, I can get my Graveyard in and really crack things open, but they fell right into their trap card, and I mean, Klim just absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real nightmare scenario. It's not just that your Graveyard turns against you by turning into Hogs, but also the opponent has got enough elixir left over to throw out the actual Royal Hogs on the other flank, and just create this absolute ridiculous scenario where I don't think there's a ton left you can even do at that point.
Yeah, it's really scary, especially because Royal Hogs got buffed recently as well. I think it was 5% extra damage, and that does make a big difference, especially because they're constantly munching on your tower or whatever you're putting in front of it. And they are such a threat, and obviously you can play them as a kind of mid-range kind of feeler. You can put them out, and obviously they'll split 2 into each lane, putting that pressure on and requiring a response. But obviously a great punish tool as well, as Klim kind of showed us there. Really interesting deck from Klim as well, showing cards that you wouldn't normally see, especially the Elite Barbarians. That I love to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really good tool for, having the damage split across. So unlike, say a mini P.E.K.K.A where you can potentially have that one target taken out by just a high damage instance, having it split across the 2 Elite Barbarians, it's pricey, but it gives you a really strong answer to so many of the otherwise hard to deal with big hitters.
Yeah, it can make a world of difference. And they have seen some buffs over the years. They've been very strong at multiple points, but I don't know. We've not been seeing too much of it in terms of the meta, but I mean, if it works, it absolutely works. And I love as well that Klim was ready to try out different things and really catch players off guard. I also would like to kind of shout out to Tanqueray. I love the kind of deck you're playing. You're running obviously the Fisherman Hunter combo, but I think that poison, we said it before, really underrated and can make a massive amount of damage. And really gum up some key scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, we saw poison absolutely everywhere in the past, as the answer specifically to the graveyard. Being, that one elixir cheaper means you're always feeling good about being able to, to negate a card by itself. But in this case, it feels like Mother Witch is enough of a brutal counter to the graveyard that I don't even think you need something like poison anymore, if you've got the Mother Witch there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're very much right. It kind of makes you evaluate your win con and go, I have to shift up right now, because I would be shocked, frankly, if Tanqueray runs that graveyard coming on into this next game. They have to shift up their plan, and that's what's really interesting about this best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the impetus is on Tanqueray to make the change here, as it looks like Klim has at least held on to the Mother Witch for this round. So the spawners, they're another choice, which isn't going to be great into the Mother Witch. You've got these very vulnerable small units, which can turn back on you as hogs.
Yeah, that can end very difficultly. But we're seeing that both players have actually shifted up compositions. It's going to be the cannon cart coming on through here, which can find a lot of damage. It's made its way onto the right half of the map. It obviously has that 2-tiered health bar, but unfortunately gets munched by the Mega Minion.
Yeah, at least it can't be turned into a hog, which is something. And allows time for the Fly Machine to get in some good hits. So Tanqueray actually starting off this second game pretty strong.
Really effective usage of the Mega Minion here. A very strong card if used in the right position. And frankly, worked overtime there. Loving the compositions from both players right now. Obviously a more mid-rangey style from Klim. But Tanqueray right now has, a very value-centric idea, but it could struggle really hard here against a Royal Giant composition, because Royal Giant will tear through the spawners and then get to the tower anyway.
So Tanqueray's got to make some kind of response here. So we've got the push from the Royal Giant and the Mother Witch as well. Fireball will take out a Mother Witch in its entirety straight away, and then we get to see the Barbarians this time for Tanqueray, how well they deal with a single large unit.
Yeah, they are so scary. That Royal Giant was nada, absolutely nothing. And the damage on both towers right now, that's already the first gone. As Tanqueray is swinging right back at Klim after that first game.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing here. Not showing any intimidation against one of our two top-rated players coming into this one. As we said before, Klim managing to win out Qualifier 2 in its entirety. So they've definitely got the metal to make it through. But they've got themselves a very tough opponent from the very first round.
They really have. This is a great deck, though, to be able to deal with some of the pressure, because as much as it tears through those buildings, it can also get really jammed up. That Royal Giant is not finding any answer to any of this kind of pressure, and I think Klim has it just right. This is fine. It's not fine. This is already looking like game 2 is going to be over.
Yeah, and Tanqueray seeming to very much take some of the strategies that have worked well for Klim in the previous round, bringing out a Mother Witch of their own elite Barbarians. That's a definitive 3-crown win. What a way to fire back for Tanqueray.
Oh, really well done. Loved the spice. And again, those elite Barbarians really making a lot of work happen. And I mean, it's interesting because both players kind of swapped to the style which each of the other was going to play, maybe trying to preempt something. But it seems like, in terms of the mind games, Tanqueray came out on top there, picking up that 1-1. And I mean, it's a great start and bodes well for the rest of our games this evening.
And of course, the reason why our players are fighting so fiercely in every single game here is we are single elimination. So losing out this best of 5 series puts you out of the competition entirely. If you do win, though, you double the amount that you're guaranteed to go home with. And of course, you've got the possibility to get all the way up to first place and get yourself 900 euros and 90 Titan points.
Damn, that would be pretty sick. And I think both of these players showing that they have what it takes to march the whole way there as we get right on in to the 3rd game of the series. No delays, no nothing, as it's already looking like a lava hound coming out for Klim.
All right, so Klim, yeah, this time gonna mix things up a whole lot more. So spawner in for Tanqueray for the time being. We'll have the bomber on the floor to support the hound. Oh, so there's the earthquake we were talking about before. That's the choice being made by Klim, anticipating he'll be seeing more of these spawners and getting paid off big.
Yeah, that was a really great read on it. And now look at the pressure that's still coming through that Mother Witch. We see just how much it does. Such a massive amount of HP to get through sometimes are those hogs. But you see it, the Skeleton Bomber making short work of it. I'm loving what both of these players are bringing, and I'm surprised that Klim went with that Earthquake when Tanqueray could have easily switched back up, but it was the best choice. And now they're in with a real shot picking this one up.
Nice play on the Mega Knight there. Keeps them at bay with a very smart use of Electro Spirit. Zappies coming in for Tanqueray. Right now, the advantage lying with Klim, but by a very, very small margin.
Shocking performance from the Inferno Dragon there. Unfortunately, has very little chance to actually do anything because you're trying to charge up your beam, you constantly get zapped, and you're going nowhere. That's what these Zappies bring. They buy you so much time.
So it looks like it's Lava Loon time for Klim here. The buildings will get in the way of that. I don't know if we're going to see an Earthquake clear the way. Doesn't look like it will be the case. Nice to see the arrows there as the Hound is still up in the sky. We know those pops, though, will be coming in pigs very shortly.
Yeah, oh, and this is going to be absolute fodder for this push now. The Flying Machine as well, that high damage unit to back things up. This could be big. They're able to get some damage on the Bandit. Provides that little bit of extra space because they kill the unit. Look, you've got even more buffer, even more HP to get through.
Wow, yeah, providing the fuel for Tanqueray's push. Ultimately, the damage remains pretty similar between the two. But we're going to have to keep our eyes very closely on the interactions between the two decks. For Klim in particular, to make sure they're not just feeding more troops to Tanqueray.
Yeah, you've got to be ever so careful. This Mother Witch is so darn scary. Can completely change the outcome of a push and basically make it happen on their own. Great usage of the volley here to be able to take down so much, but still with that Mega Knight in front, that's a lot of damage on this left-hand tower. I don't think it's... No, yeah, it doesn't quite kill it, but it takes it ever so low. It's just one spell away.
For Klim, this is their last chance. They've got to make the rush in now. Two up in the sky. It doesn't look like even with Earthquake, Klim's going to be able to push these air units through. The Goblins are enough to take the balloon down, and we know that one poison will put that tower down.
Yeah, trying to get that last hit in. Will the Hog do it? There's the poison. And that will finish things off. It's Tanqueray going up 2-1 with a great performance in this second game, and both of these players really fighting doggedly for it.
Well, I mean, this would be an incredible showing for Tanqueray to actually take down one of our qualifier winners in the first round. I mean, the way the seeding normally works is you kind of get the top players against the bottom players in the first rounds, and then later on we see these really close matchups. It'll be a huge upset to be able to take out the top player straight away.
Yeah, it really would be. I would be super duper impressed with Tanqueray, and I mean, so far, I already have been, frankly, with their decision making, with the decks that they're bringing, shifting things up. I think definitely sticking with the Mother Witch for the most part is just a really good call. I think that card's generally very, very solid right now, not only in dealing with very specific things and obviously things that want to cycle, because a lot of those cheap cards are, well, frankly, just fodder for it, but just against everything. If you're making that push happening, and you've got some backup for it, it just creates health bar off the health bar off the health bar. And how do you stop that? Well, you've got to invest a spell for it.
Yeah, we've seen the Fireball is a good answer to the Mother Witch, but if you don't have it, you don't have it. As the Rider comes in, so Hog will activate the King Tower. That's a big defensive advantage. Tanqueray is going to take advantage of that by dropping the Royal Giant immediately.
A textbook response here from Tanqueray, and a textbook play as well. Look at this deck. It's going to be the Royal Giant. You've seen it before, and it works wonders. Love this usage of the Slice and Dice to be able to clear up some of those units, and now be able to push that a little bit more. The Archer's coming through here. Not a unit I've seen a huge amount of recently, but still definitely very strong.
Yeah, I mean, very, very good value for money. Not a ton of damage, but not a ton of elixir either. Unfortunately, you can see they're not playing amazingly into the Mother Witch either. That's some decent damage on the right-hand tower, though the same could be said for Tanqueray's left.
The thing you have to always remember about is the fact that you see this Mother Witch, and it's a little bit deceiving. There's not a lot of damage coming out from the Mother Witch, ever. Even if you've got a bunch of hogs, they just don't deal a lot of damage, and neither does the Mother Witch herself. So when they actually get to hit the tower, they do need backup, because otherwise, even if they're able to wail on it for a while, it doesn't leak.
So Tanqueray deploying their Giant right at the back. As the Hog comes in from the left-hand side. The Fisherman looks like he'll be on hog collecting duty for the time being, absorbing a lot of that tower damage on the King Tower instead.
Getting a lot of value out of it. Makes this defense so much easier. Good usage of the bomb tower. We said it became stronger in the recent patch, and I mean, it's great at dealing with things like the Royal Giant.
I mean, the attacks from Tanqueray, they're looking good here, but it doesn't seem like the Royal Giant's getting a lot of chance to actually get those shots in, that enhanced first auto attack as of the latest patch. Not getting a chance to get real return. So we're into double elixir with relatively minimal damage being done on both sides of the field.
Yeah. Keep in mind that this hog deck, as much as it's an aggressive one, can really play the long game, and you're going to see that in finding the little bits of chip wherever it wants and having so many different answers for so many different problems. Even with this King Tower activated, they're coming out ahead in a lot of these trades. Yeah,
I mean, it's working out pretty well. There's certainly Klim's in the advantage here as the fireball will hit the tower, or both towers at the same time. This time the Royal Giant is going to get some hits on the right-hand side, but on the left, the Rider is working down the left-hand Tanqueray tower, already down to about 1,000.
Sent down those elite barbs on a wild hog chase, and now, well, they don't actually get any damage on the tower. An advantage right now for Tanqueray, absolutely in control of this one, and that Earthquake is going to get that little bit extra damage. That could finish this game over the course of the rest of this one. A good snowball to back it up, and those elite barbs are so well timed to just barely save it, but unfortunately, the Earthquake comes on in, and I believe that is game with the log going that way. And round going to Klim, and we are 2-2.
Yeah, we're going to go the distance here in our very first game here. I'm honestly astonished to see just how close this has been between two players who should, in theory at least, be as far apart in skill as possible. But hey, Tanqueray, we saw a lot of promise there, even if we expect Klim to ultimately come out ahead based on their previous qualifier performance.
Yeah, I'm frankly excited to see whoever goes forward, but obviously dismayed at the fact that only one of them is going to get forward. Fortunately, that's just how things go in that single elim format. And obviously, both of these players, they've got a lot of information over the past 4 games, what kind of decks their opponent likes to run. Will we see something new coming out from these guys, or will we see them stick to what has worked in the past? Obviously, I feel like we're going to see Mother Witch, regardless of what decision happens.
Yeah, and I think you've got to build around that. I feel... the Mother Witch is really just warping the kinds of decks, the kind of cards that can be played, because you've always got to take into account, is my deck going to be completely destroyed by Mother Witch? If so, that could be the decision that sends me out of the tournament entirely.
Yeah, you have to make sure that you're not just feeding it everything that it needs to succeed. But at the same time, you don't necessarily need to be running it. If you've got already a great front line, your deck doesn't need that sort of thing. I mean, you can opt out of it, but you are missing out on such great value for a card. But I do think for sure we're not seeing any more Graveyard again. What kind of other wing codes we're going to see? I think the Lava Loom was a good idea. Unfortunately, didn't quite do well enough. But, I mean, Klim and Tanqueray, they've been trying out a lot of different things. And I think they've got a lot to kind of think about these coming games. Now, interesting one here. Obviously, Klim trying to cycle on through. Both of them showing that they have a lot of responsive cards.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of sparking action from Klim in the opening part here as the early exchange. Seems like it's going to be mostly inconclusive, but there you go, Hogs coming in for Klim. It started this way. It looks like it could be about to end this way as well. The Goblin Cage will absorb a lot. Nice use of the King Tower again from Tanqueray. They've definitely got a strong grasp on how to make use of all 3 towers.
Yeah, good usage of the Tornado. That finds a lot of value. Interesting to see what's coming through here. Obviously, Royal Hog's pretty expected. But Tanqueray going with something a little bit more... Well, I'm thinking old school, frankly, with the Knight and the Dragon and all that to try and back it up. I'm excited to see whether this is double Dragon or something like something of the like, or whether those last 3 cards are something immensely hidden, as this is a classic usage of the Royal Hogs. He's got the backup of the Royal Recruits as well to try and get something going. Now, the investment here, I wonder if this last card is a Mother Witch right now, because that's a decent amount of damage going. The poison does clear up a lot of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic for a reason. Klim, those recruits, they are getting some good amount of work done in here for their elixir cost. So ultimately, I think we end up with more or less a no-score draw. The big exception, of course, that being Tanqueray's right-hand Princess Tower. That is sub 2k.
Still a card in the back pocket, and oh, it's the cage coming out from Clem. An understandable card to run. That means, you know, I was expecting to see Mother Witch on both sides, but neither running it this time. There has to be a poison ready for this. All the Royal recruits can do the job as well. There's something here from Clem to be able to make sure that graveyard doesn't get too out of hand.
Recruit's going to make it across. They'll be joined by their Hogs friends as well. Goblin Cage will do its best to try and deny this push, but this could be pretty bad news for Tanqueray. They have got the AoE from the Baby Dragon to deal with the recruits, but I think they might still take a little bit of damage on the tail end.
Initial trade went in the favour of Tanqueray there. The dust settled. Clem came out, well, relatively far ahead on his right-hand side. However, with this next graveyard coming in, it could be a big difference. That poison is making work happen for Tanqueray right now. Eats through a lot, but doesn't bring the health to the tower low enough.
I'm loving what we're seeing on Tanqueray's side. With all 3 towers activated, when that tornado brings the Hogs into the middle, they go down so much quicker. As we've still got Tanqueray's right-hand tower as a point of concern. It is getting fireballed again and again. We go all the way deep into overtime. Those fireballs could eventually take the tower down.
The Ice Wizard doing a lot of work in buying some of that extra time, but that right-hand tower is the one that's really under threat. Cage again, providing some relief to Tanqueray here, but they haven't got a huge amount of time to work with now. They need to be looking at, where am I going to strike back? How am I going to strike back? I mean, if you look at the deck, you've got to think that graveyard, but it just hasn't worked well enough so far.
Try again. Aggressive placement once more from the Goblin Cage will block the bridge as Clem's counterattacks on the right-hand side. Those Hogs are unattended. They're smashing through the tower. Fireball's coming as well.
Oh,
Tanqueray
no!
doesn't have an answer, and they are out of there.
Oh man, that is brutal for Tanqueray. A fantastic performance here in the first game of the night, and unfortunately getting eliminated in that very lowest place they possibly could. As wow, what a performance, frankly, from Clem there to be able to bring it back. And I think again, it was kind of the decision. Even though we saw no Mother Witch, you're looking at it and going, was the graveyard really effective? There are so many different ways to deal with it in the current meta.
Yes, I mean, you know, it's a real kind of throwback, I think, to have that be the card which your decks are really relying on. So we'll be taking a second and seeing just how that affects things. Of course, we'll be going back to this bracket a whole bunch of times, so you can see already Tanqueray will be with us no more. Clem moving up after a 5-game series is not perhaps the way they expected to start off today's competition.
Wow, oh wow, and we are getting straight on into the next match. It's not quite the names that you see on the left here. There we go, change Reduku versus Nika Kakalaka. And, I mean, an interesting start here as we're seeing the Ram Rider come on through, and that's a favourite of mine, but you don't get to see too much of it anymore.
No, I do like its ability to actually defend itself, which is very rare amongst those kind of units. Reduku coming in for the second qualifier only because Clem took part in 2 qualifiers, even though they didn't actually need to. With Clem winning that second qualifier meant there was an extra space, which was passed down to Reduku, who's got a lot to prove here if they're going to hang with the rest of the field.
Interesting decision, the full fat P.E.K.K.A coming through here, finding a lot of damage. Obviously can be a real beast when it gets its chance, but obviously with that Inferno Tower it's a real problem, but the Electro Wizard provides the reprieve that it needs.
Oh yeah, Nika Kakala are in real trouble here. They're getting run over immediately. We could have been looking at some serious King Tower damage here. You see Nika has already pretty much checked out of game 1. What a disaster.
Oh man, and it was that big push coming through. You don't expect the full fat P.E.K.K.A. It gets dropped down, does a massive amount of work, and just chomps through that tower. Notice that Nika actually put a lot into it to try and deal with it. Or put a Zap in, put an Electro Wizard, put an Inferno Tower, and I think a Log as well, but it survived on a sliver of health and got to wail on that right-hand tower till Kingdom Come.
Yes, I mean, Reduku here just has to wait this one out if they want to pretty much guarantee themselves a win. Of course, they get maximum swag points if they can get the 3 crowns by taking down the King Tower as well.
obviously got that 10 elixir, could put up a massive fight right now, but waiting, being patient, ready for the kind of pushes which Nico is going to look for here. The response instantly coming on in. You see that Mega Knight and you're like, oh, well, this is the perfect feast for a pack.
Yeah, I mean, this is so disheartening in the same way as we talked about before. The incredible counter power of the P.E.K.K.A against these big units. It's just eye-watering. Electro Wizard, as before, is making that Inferno Tower completely useless. Oh, now the way is open for the Ram to make the charge in. At least the P.E.K.K.A is now gone, which means Mega Knight can get something done on its own side of the field.
There are very few chances for Nika's deck to really take it back or completely steamroll a player. It's a very incremental deck, and unfortunately, when you find yourself losing your right-hand tower like that, I mean, it's always difficult to come back, but very few chances for them to be able to do anything there once Reduku actually managed to get through that P.E.K.K.A on that sliver of health. Really well played by Reduku for actually playing around their win condition, taking that advantage early and just not letting go.
Yeah, I mean, that's how brutal it can be in Clash Royale. You know, you make that one mistake, that one step too far forwards, and it all goes to hell immediately. I think that's what we're maybe going to be seeing from some of our top players is, but you know, just by being so aware that that can happen, it sort of encourages you much more to play conservative, just because you're holding back resources, allowing you to react.
Yeah, it is very difficult at times to be able to have the right answers at the right time as well, especially at the start of those games when you're not expecting such a threat as 3 relatively expensive units. I think, yeah, in total, probably about 13 elixir going on in there to try and make that push happen. And you expend basically everything. You actually managed to get through their tools in the end, but because you didn't have 2 zaps or anything else to try and deal with it, or a big spell. If there had been a fireball there, that could have dealt with it. Unfortunately, it was zap and log, I believe, coming through from Nika, and unfortunately it wasn't enough to be able to deal damage to some of those bigger units, probably expecting something like bridge spam or even hog cycle, where you're able to deal with those smaller units that little bit easier.
Well, I mean, it's a very strong start for Reduku here. As you said, you know, very much having to prove themselves. In fact, actually, in this upper bracket, so whoever wins here goes up against Klim. Both of these players have been previously knocked out of competition by Klim, so they are going to be aching for revenge if they can make it to the next round.
They will be indeed. And you know, I mean, Klim has been one hell of a threat as well, so I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to do on their second matchup. It'll definitely be difficult to shift gears and be able to deal with them, because there's been a lot of threat coming from there. But some interesting decks again coming out. Bridge spam coming out from Nika here. They want to get that advantage early, and this time, not let go.
Nika representing Germany here today. They have to pull out something special for our next round. I like seeing that Royal Ghost in the mix. Certainly very easy to miss. That's creeping out one side of the board if you're being aggressed on the other.
Yeah, but obviously right now, Dooku very aware of that. Dealing with the individual pushes on the individual side of the board, I think Nika needs to have a more broad-minded approach. That Tesla Tower will go down, obviously got nerfed relatively recently, so not going to stay around anywhere near as long as it used to. And Nika went, last time, this P.E.K.K.A absolutely terrifying against me. I should bring it.
And, oh, okay, so Nika got that Inferno. Will deal relatively well with the Hog Rider, but didn't take it down immediately, so that's still some damage done on the right-hand side, while the counter push of sorts is building on the left.
Yeah, P.E.K.K.A doesn't find much value there because of the units that Reduku's decided to bring, playing that more wide-range deck, and actually it's worked out really well for them. I think some great decisions being made here, and able to deal with a lot of pressure that Nika has been throwing.
Yeah, I mean, the Hog Cycle deck able to get back to the Hog Rider very, very quickly with all these cheap cycling cards. Royal Ghost will do, again, a decent job, but we're seeing there that a lot of elixir needs to be put in by Nika to stop the pushes coming in, and they're still not actually stopping the damage.
Oh man, that stings. That is a terrible elixir trade for Nika here, where you're trying to you trade 4 for 4, but as you said, you also take that tower damage. That's obviously pretty darn awful. Battering ram coming in on the left here, but dragged across by the Tesla Tower, which has been a great addition to the Dooku's deck.
Yeah, the Tesla Tower has been an absolute MVP, as Lightning in a Bottle will be the mystery card the Dooku's been holding onto all this time. So they've got that massive 3 target damage, which will do an incredible job of dealing with some of these heavier hitters that Nika had.
Frankly, it's been a song of storms. We've got the Electro Wizard, the Zap, the Tesla Tower, and that Lightning in a Bottle. That's going to do such a great amount of work. Not usually something I see, especially as a big spell. Normally we see that Fireball instead, but I mean, it definitely worked there. And it means that there's only 860 damage left on that right-hand tower, which could easily be taken by that Hog Rider.
Alright, we can see Reduku is cleaning up on their side of the field. We are now into overtime. Those hogs will keep on coming. There's the Fireball, and we will be seeing the immediate response of the Lightning to try and clear the field back again. That's now down to 300. Reduku seems to be on path for victory number 2.
Yeah, Reduku has to wait for that Lightning in the bottle to come back round, which could make a world of difference here. Like it comes on in, watching the Ice Spirit there, and it's going to start to march on forward, but obviously needs some backup to make that work. And I think the Electro Wizard could have done a great job, could have been a really nice chance for them, but Reduku was on point, waiting for that big spell to come around, blew open that tower, and now is 2-0.
Oh boy, I thought we were deeper into the series. In fact, with that Lightning, I thought it was game Thor.
Oh, man. You know, I've been making some bad jokes, but
That's the reaction I was looking for. It has been a ridiculous game so far. I mean, honestly, this is very, very different to how things started off here today. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what you really want to be causing your co-casters to do, is just regret their life decisions so early on into today's competition.
Man, oh man, as you said, it's only the second game. We've had some great games so far, but Reduku currently on a little bit of a roll. Hopefully that momentum will help them later versus Claim if they can take this down here. Or will we see the comeback coming out from Nika here? We've seen a couple of decisions. Now, I like their deck in game 2, apart from the fact that they saw the P.E.K.K.A. They were enamored by the P.E.K.K.A. from game 1, and I think they went a little bit too hard on it, unfortunately, including in their deck, which kind of messes with the kind of elixir cost that you're wanting to be looking at with that list normally.
I think it's, you know, it definitely plays into those kind of memes of, you know, their P.E.K.K.A., your P.E.K.K.A. There's, you know, that's one of the things that makes Clash Royale so wonderful. You know, when you first encounter it, you think, you know, it all looks very bright and, you know, it seems like it's simplistic when you first look at it. Then you realize the amount of nuance that there is in how you use cards like P.E.K.K.A., where you've put a huge investment of elixir, and sometimes it's going to pay off huge, other times it's a total disaster.
Total disaster indeed, and right now for Nika, things are not shaping up well. Right off the gate, that's the Lumberloon.
Hey, we didn't get to see the Rage up until this point, but finally it turns up. Mega Minion will actually deal with that extremely well. So Reduku, maybe getting a little caught off guard there by what they were encountering, but still reacted to it extremely well.
Minion on minion there, as Nika does actually manage to counter right on back, but not going to be a huge amount of damage coming through here. Great usage of the Electro Wizard to completely clear up all of it.
So a little bit of damage being traded back and forth, but for the time being, it feels like Reduku's quite happy to sit back and just counter what Nika's throwing out, because so far, Nika's been pretty freaking aggressive.
Yep, going for that little bit of chip with the Hog Rider. Does actually get some damage down over the course of this game so far, but will it be able to deal with the kind of damage you're going to get from that Mega Knight? However, P.E.K.K.A. again from Reduku, they do seem to make it work, and it's going to completely chew through that Mega Knight, just like we saw in game 1.
Oh boy, what an absolute mare for Nika to have to deal with. There's a zap to reset the tower, and we can see, yep, P.E.K.K.A. without too much coming back from Nika will at least be able to buy a little bit more time to get through this timer and head into deeper waters.
I love that Reduku's actually been looking at this and going, right, in this situation, if I'm running a P.E.K.K.A., I need Zap, I also need Electro Wizard, because both of those unit in the spell are going to make a world of difference when you're dealing with things like the Inferno Tower, which is basically the only counter to it. Now, this balloon unfortunately doesn't find it smart. The Tesla Tower usage and generally the pull that Reduku has had so far has been very, very impressive.
Super crisp play, and of course, the Tesla Tower hiding away from that bomb to not take any extra damage. At least we can see from Nika this time round, the Mega Knight does deal very, very well with the Rider, but in turn, will get countered by the P.E.K.K.A. We at least got the minions up in the air to try and turn that matchup, but I think it's ultimately going to end up a no-score draw.
Oh man. Not where Nico wants to find themselves right now, especially since they're down in terms of HP. And I mean, one slip-up, we've seen what that P.E.K.K.A can do. It is low health now and will go down in the end. But with that push coming in, with the Hog Rider there, that's a bit of extra chip, a bit of extra damage, and more elixir having to be spent in order to keep themselves from hemorrhaging HP.
Oh my gosh, that tower is in trouble. Reduku looking for win number 3 here. They can just fireball all day long, whereas Nika has to play desperation after desperation. They've made exactly the same play multiple times, and it has yet to pay off. The combo of the lumberjack and the balloon is not working.
Yeah, it really ain't. It's too slow, too lumbering. I mean, Reduku actually has found very little value out of the P.E.K.K.A so far this game, but that is going to be a kill. The fireball would do it, and Reduku playing so well around their pressure. Knowing where they can play, knowing their reach as well is always important to keep in mind, because that Hog Rider was doing work for them. And frankly, even though the P.E.K.K.A was obviously bigger, more spectacular, the Hog Rider was the thing which put in the work, put in the man hours to be able to put them over the edge.
Yeah, and this does mean, as a result of that last play, that we will be seeing some revenge being acquired there. Reduku gets to go up against Klimmer once again, but it will be a little while before we get to see that, because we are running through at least as much of the first round as possible. So we've got plenty more faces to become familiar with before we start getting deeper into the tournament itself.
Yeah, we have a ton of matches coming your way, and I'm kind of pumped for it, frankly. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing exactly how it's going to do. Matches 3 and 4 are being played right now. We are going to jump right on into a match of 5 as soon as we can get that one going. So that's going to be, I believe, into Theo versus Lisa, 12-year-old. And we're going to be, unfortunately, missing out on Zoni, 69, Doctor, Big Boss, and Ghost.
Yeah, hopefully we'll at least get to see half of those in the future as we get into our quarterfinals and then the semi-finals. Again, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, 900 euros for our first place winner if they can make it all the way there. What we've seen so far, the competition is going to be pretty freaking fierce.
Yeah, and I'm excited because obviously we are only just kicking things off, and well, it's likely to heat up and go even further. And I mean, Klim is obviously one of our players to keep an eye on. We kind of mentioned that before, that they had a great performance in the qualifiers, but the fact that they were showing actually pretty amazing play, I was really impressed with that. And obviously this isn't like a pro scene, this is still relatively amateur. And even then, we're seeing such great performances. And even though you kind of look at Reduku's decks, and I think they certainly have some things to be decided. As much as I love P.E.K.K.A, love running it, it can be a little bit unwieldy to use. Their performance and how they've been reacting to a lot of the pressure that's come towards them and a lot of the responses that they've given has been really solid as well. Their micro play has been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving what we're seeing there. You know, I think particularly it's almost the opposite of what we would have expected, you to have Klim go to all 5 games and then be now facing up against an opponent in their next round, which is going to be, you know, who's gone completely undefeated through theirs. I mean, you know, I'm fascinated to see. We might have a complete upending of expectations, but on the other side of the bracket, hopefully we'll get to see some completely different styles of play as well.
Hopefully we will. It'll definitely be very interesting. But to kind of keep things in theme with everything we've been saying far, you know, there's 7 degrees of Bacon, where it's kind of the 7 degrees of separation between a famous actor and Kevin Bacon. Well,
sure.
There's that for this tournament, but it's Klim instead, because we're looking over at our matchup coming on up, and Inter Theo was knocked. It was a semi-finalist in Qualifier 1 and got knocked out by, you guessed it, Klim.
Well, there you go. Klim's got a target on their back from multiple different players coming into today's competition. You know, we've had a little bit of time between the qualifiers and the main event itself, so you know, for our players who did come through as your 2nd, 3rd, and 4th seed to reach these qualifiers, particularly behind Klim, you've got a very distinctive target you've got to try and hit. Say, I've got to get better than Klim coming to the tournament, otherwise I'm never going to make it to the top spot.
For sure. And frankly, with the way play we've been seeing so far, very interested to see exactly how that one is going to be going. To to kind of match up against them, we obviously do have, you know, a second part to this matchup, is Lisa, 12-year-old, who qualified in through Qualifier 4, that very final one. So interesting to see whether they were kind of, I didn't quite get in our notes, unfortunately, checking that one, whether they played in the Qualifier 1, 2, and 3, but managing to make it through that last one, showing that they've at least got enough to put themselves over the line. But as we kind of mentioned before, have really got to prove themselves coming on in here.
Well, that's the thing. It's very hard to tell from the later qualifiers, you know, exactly how to measure the strength against each other, just because, you know, with the exception of Klim, who apparently couldn't get enough of the qualifiers and played in 2, I believe none of our other players, once they had qualified, then came back to the qualifiers again. So, you can win a later qualifier, but not actually ever play up against the players from the earlier qualifiers in doing so. So, on paper, you could have really strong players in qualifier 1s, and potentially less strong players in Qualifier 4, but we don't know because they haven't been directly up against each other, and that's what this whole tournament is for today, to try and find a definitive strongest player.
Yeah, and to be able to award them with that prize money, 900 euros, as we mentioned before, and also 90 of those Titan points, which obviously very handy to have under your belt. Also very kind of looking forward to what we're going to see up in that semi, sorry, not semis. Yes? No, quarterfinals. Sorry, I was trying to...
Quarterfinals, yes.
See the mental placements. Exactly who's going to win in that matchup with Klim and Raduku as well, because, you know, it's a very interesting one where Raduku's kind of been playing some more off-meta stuff, but, I mean, that might actually catch Klim off guard, as much as they kind of love the Mother Witch and all that comes with it, and a lot of other kind of meta strategies, including the Royal Hogs and Royal Recruits, which I thought was a fantastic deck to be running in this tournament. They might not necessarily be prepared for some of that offbeat stuff.
Well, for sure. I mean, you know, this is the whole thing with tournaments as well, is you get the chance to really see players being stretched, because, you point out, the Mother Witch made some of the first series that we saw Klim playing in kind of a little trivial because of how well they countered their opponent's decks. You know, that Graveyard in particular, the standout there for being, you know, destroyed by Mother Witch. I think as we go more and more through the competition, you've really got a much more of a big sort of swing one way or the other, where, you know, do you play very distinctly into one style that has some weaknesses, but has these really high points as well? Or do you just kind of try and apply a jack-of-all-trades approach to your decks and make sure you've got at least some kind of answer for everything?
You know what I think would be really interesting as a kind of list to kind of play? Run something Sparky-centric, because right now, obviously, you don't want to be playing too many big groups, right? But you want to be playing medium-sized, relatively strong units, but Sparky will one-shot them regardless, right? And at the same time, manages to deal with things like the Mother Witch and pumps out a lot of damage. You can maybe run a Lumberjack with it, you know, if you're feeling a little bit spicy. Provides a lot to the squad. And obviously, it's not the best reactive tool, but it certainly could be interesting. I wonder if either of these players are going to be running it here as we get on into our next matchup, into Theo versus Lisa 12.
All right, so let's see what these players have got for us here. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see some different approaches coming through. Of course, you've also got the other concern here that with playing on stream, your strategies will not be secret for very long. But if you don't use all of your strategies, you may not even get to the later stages for that to matter.
We're seeing double Infernos coming out here, one on one side, one on the other. However, this Dragon obviously providing a lot to this aerial archetype right now, as we're seeing being run by Lisa, at least on the surface here. Love to see those balloons coming on through, and interested to see if there's anything to kind of pair up with it. Maybe the Lava Hound, maybe that Lumberjack.
Yeah, well, we've seen how powerful the Rage Potion can be on paper with it, though if you've got the right reactive tools, then it's no good. For Lisa, they've still got a few more mysteries here, as it's looking like Into Theo may not have too much beyond this Inferno Tower as far as buildings go to block this aerial assault.
But it is going to be very useful for trying to deal with that problem. However, prepared with Earthquake. I'm loving this from Lisa so far. They're going to be able to crack on through this Inferno Tower. Do you actually lose the Lava Hound? I thought they might have been able to get up with it, but unfortunately, those Lava Pups also going to get eaten up. And great responses from into Theo means that they're now going to be able to put that pressure back on and try and reset things back to a more neutral stance.
Oh boy, seeing that Earthquake, yeah, it's a particularly important choice for Lisa here to make sure they've got the answer to any buildings that come down. I suppose, yeah, I believe if memory serves correctly, even working on the Tesla tower because of its functionality of shaking up that ground. So I'm liking Lisa's chances here. Right now, there's not a ton of damage done, but I think that could be about to change. We've got the two-pronged assault coming.
Oh, it has to, but a usage of the rocket here from Theo. Bit of a surprise to see that spell coming out, but it's working wonders right now. But so is that Inferno Tower. A lot of work done. Unfortunately, the Inferno Dragon gets caught up as well. The pups will start to let loose onto that tower, and that's going to be a good bit of damage. The advantage that Theo's brought up is now minimal.
Yeah, and the Electro Spirit creeping in the back there does allow for the reset, but good use of the rocket from Into Theo will do very well when Lisa's units end up getting clumped up.
Oh, and that's so massive. The amount of damage that did in terms of elixir, looking at that, that's probably, let's say, about 10 elixir from that 6 elixir spell. So darn work. This, again, this Inferno Tower, a great job in buying time. Will it be enough? The lava pups there, they're already trying to wail on in, and look at the balloon approaching that right-hand tower for Theo.
Yeah, Theo just doesn't seem to have the answers here. The rocket actually sends the balloon into the tower. That's going to be upsetting. Yeah, and a very, very strong win for Lisa to start us off.
Oh man, that's gotta hurt if you're Theo right there. You were thinking, oh, it's gonna be great, the rocket's gonna go on in, it's gonna buy me a little bit of extra time, but it barely doesn't kill. And as a result, it gets catapulted forward, lands that bomb, that single bomb it needed onto the tower, and it did in fact blow it up. A great performance from Lisa so far, and I mean, despite the young age, has really been performing in this game. I've been very impressed with what we saw from them there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a really good illustration, I think, there of Lisa being one step ahead of the competition, had the earthquake for the potential of the buildings to block the air assault. But into Theo, we have to see something different, and apparently we're getting it. Golem coming in. We'll get punished immediately by those hogs who are going to chew the right-hand tower to pieces.
Oh wow, what a start here for Lisa. So much damage. And the golem pushing on the left-hand side is gonna have to work overtime. Needs to back up here, and Night Witch coming on through to provide that bit of value. Wants to be able to summon those bats and get some damage on in. But the cage, it brings the golem so far, and he's such a slow-moving fella, he's gonna find so little.
Oh my gosh, it's a collector! It finally happened, Rook! It's taking me back to those good old days, but they won't do anything for Into Theo right now, because they're gonna wait for that collector to pay out. And while that's going on, Lisa is keeping up the aggression. Right-hand tower is almost gone. Left-hand tower is almost falling as well. Into Theo, almost losing 2 towers at the same time.
Oh man, that has to suck for Into Theo. The decision to try and go for that elixir, I mean, it's just no dice anymore. You see the Royal Recruits coming on, and Into Theo was like, okay, I'm just going to throw the volley out there. There is nothing I can do win this game. You're spending 6 elixir to do nothing as that push comes on in, and then it gets destroyed from half health. That is a disaster for Theo.
Wow, you can see Into Theo absolutely done with that last game, saying, yep, you completely got me there, and this is what we expect to see from players that we would be making a strong run through the competition. Is they should be crushing these early stages. They should be going through and 3-0ing if they're going to stand a chance of getting top 1.
Yeah, and I'm so impressed with what Lisa's been throwing out here. Shown us that they can play 2 different decks, and pretty radically different decks as well, shifting things up. I mean, the only problem I kind of have with this right now is they have potentially shown their hands a little bit, and that could be a real problem. But at the same time, breezing through these early rounds could be all they darn well need, because don't forget, every single win you are doubling up that money, and it can be fantastic to get that little bit of cash in the bank. Now, I've been impressed so far with this Russian versus Russian matchup. I'm interested to see if Into Theo is going to be able to make that comeback happen, because it's looking dicey for them right now.
I mean, this is the thing, it's one of these skills I think people don't talk about a whole lot with playing in these competitions, is just being able to keep your focus under these kind of circumstances. Into Theo pretty much gave up the previous game when it looked like all hope was lost, which I can't really blame them for, but it's tough to come back from that and go into a do-or-die third game.
It really is. Going back to what they had in that first game, going for the bridge spam, trying to make good usage of that princess, and it's great when she can wail on a tower unabated. But the problem is against some of these bigger units, she struggles to deal enough damage.
So we do have the spawner coming in from Lisa, so we've got ourselves 3 different approaches so far. Lisa has suddenly shown their range. There's the rocket from before, so that'll be able to take out the hut and also hit the tower, but as we see, you're still getting the goblins even when the tower is knocked over.
Yeah, you still find a decent amount of value out of that spawner, but I've been loving the fact that Intertheo has been happy to bring out a big spell, and not just any big spell, the biggest, one of the biggest spells in the rocket. And I mean, sometimes players don't want to use it, because if it goes wrong, you just spent 6 elixir to do very, very little. Now, their aim has actually really been on point, and great prediction in terms of the path.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, having those kind of spells where you have to adjust for how long the flight path is pretty unusual. So, yeah, it does require a lot of focus and concentration, especially when you're under pressure. And, yeah, you're gambling a whole game on hitting that rocket correctly.
Good bit of damage coming on through here from the flying machine. Would have been great, but again, the volleys, the spell usage from Theo has been pretty darn solid. The issue is they find themselves down in terms of HP again.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to work really well with these spawners. You've got this, you know, you're paying so little elixir to get all of these extra units over time. So for Lisa, they can just chip away with all of these low value units. At least Intertheo has got something coming back. With the Goblin Barrel, that was a good amount of damage returned, but in exchange, Lisa is ripping up the left-hand tower, and is even going to get a decent amount of king damage in as well.
Oh man, this meta spawners list, the backup of the Elite Barbarians and the Mother Witch, it just does not stop. Eventually able to be dissuaded here with a good amount of investment from Theo. But look, Lisa is up like, I think 5 elixir at that point. We haven't got a literal number there, but so far ahead. Also had that spawner out, was able to absolutely roll over so much of what Theo is putting out. 700 HP left on that King Tower. We will see an end coming on in here, and with the Inferno Tower doesn't quite go down. But what a performance from Lisa here.
Yeah, that was brutal. And yeah, I don't know if Lisa's listening to the stream, but they definitely gave us exactly what we were hoping to see there. 3 different approaches, ridiculously dominant on each of them, means that we're looking at a player here who's got a huge amount of range, and you never know exactly what you're going to bring out in any given game.
You really don't. I've been so impressed with that, and especially because they can now shift that around. They might have more in the back pocket. Who knows? I'm certainly excited to see more from Lisa.
Alright guys, so we will be headed to a short break. We got tons of Clash Royale today. We're not even done with our opening round, but we are close, and we'll be moving on to quarterfinals after that. So stick around. The Trovo Titans Clash Royale edition shall return in 5 minutes or less.
Good video, very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Welcome back to Trovo Titans and to the second part of our broadcast here today. My name is Canopy, joined by Rook, and if you're only just joining us now, why, you've missed 3 fantastic on-stream matches of Clash Royale.
They have been absolutely fantastic, from the first one being an absolute barn burner, 3-2 going the way of Clem, unfortunately, there for Tanqueray, to the next one being 3-1 in the end, and it being picked up pretty solidly by Raduku. And then, frankly, a dominant performance from Elisa, 12-year-old, with a 3-0 takedown of into Theo.
Yeah, so we're seeing these Titans coming together. Let's take a look. As you can see, mentioned Clem will be facing off against Raduku in the quarterfinals. We'll be coming to that a little bit later on as we look to fill out the rest of our quarterfinals in this part of the broadcast. So Lisa making it through there. We've still got a few more games to go before we're completely done. So let's head across to Pekka's King against More Play.
Yeah, good bit of damage here early for Pekka's King, as we couldn't see. As you look at that health, the right-hand tower is already down, sub 2k.
Yeah, nice early play, and we're talking a little bit in the pre-tournament about the Magical Archer. This is going to be our first chance to see it on the field, and it's doing some workhorse work for Pekka's King.
Oh, unfortunate the Magic Archer goes towards the left side here. If that was paid up, that could have been a good bit of damage. A nice fireball actually manages to work double time. This means they've got that little bit of extra onto the right-hand tower.
More play. If I'm getting my flags correct here, Rook representing the Ukraine, but has been feeling a little bit of pain in the early going. They'll have to get some damage down to reply on the right-hand tower.
It's going to be difficult to try and keep up with that speed. It's going to have to be a big old play from More Play here. And, I mean, they've got the Graveyard, and so far, we haven't seen any Mother Witch, which means they should be able to deal with that kind of problem. And actually, there's very little that could potentially be a problem. But getting completely rocked through by a great usage of the battering ram there by Pekka's King.
Yeah, the Electro Wizard created the space, and More Play just getting annihilated, and adding to that bad news is Pekka is on her way down the field, looking to deliver massive single target damage. More Play is going to recover here strongly, and now they can't really make a push up the right hand side because they'll just get deployed behind.
Pekka's going to be able to march on in here, and Jonas is really on More Play to pop off here to deal with this problem. Love the usage of poison here. We were talking about before, that slow that it provides is massively valuable.
The Bomb Tower does provide some space, but it's not doing enough damage. If that Pekka gets a hit in, this is going to be pretty much over. 2 hits in, down to sub 200. As soon as the Archer comes, it's not even necessary. Pekka's King, a definitive first game win.
What a performance, and just kind of rocking on through with basically anything you like. Obviously bringing in the Pekka, the namesake, frankly, and you know what, I'd be a bit disappointed if it wasn't there, but also the battering ram coming on in, and that was what did a lot of the work, as it found so much damage onto that tower early, especially with the backup that was kind of put on in, as they just chomped through it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so incredibly dangerous about some of these players who are definitely looking to make these deep runs into the competition. If they ever spot an opportunities there, because they are counting their elixir, your elixir, probably even more than you are, and they know when the moment to strike is.
Yeah, always biding their time, always lying in wait and ready to respond. We saw that because Pekka's King was waiting for a lot of the committal from More Play here. Now, both kind of throwing out about 4 elixir units. I mean, going to be that extra bit of damage found on this left-hand side. There's a lot committed towards it. That bar barrel was gorgeous.
Very nicely placed, but the damage advantage just still good to go to Pekka's King, even though the defense is good. Nice fireball to make that a definitive exchange. And we got to see a little bit of what we saw from Magical Archer in the past. If it can stand on the other side of the bridge and fire through a unit, it can always hit those towers if the angle is right.
It can work over time, but Pekka's King under a lot of pressure here, and that graveyard, oh my, I was kind of worrying about it not being effective, but if players aren't running the right responses, it still chomps through towers.
Yeah, I mean, this is the difference between a world where you don't have a Mother Witch and you're relying entirely on the zap. Wasn't a full counter. That swings the entire matchup with just that one spell being fully responded to.
Yeah, you got to be very careful now as Pekka's King. If you commit too hard on something, Warplay will easily make that comeback. You cannot slip up like that. A good amount of damage, though, coming through off the back of that Magic Archer, but a good bomb tower from Warplay means there's not too much going on.
You can see the Archer outranging the tower there. Has a nice use of the Tornado, but it's still going to mean there's a little bit of damage creeping through. Warplay down to sub 1,000 on the left-hand tower. Things are not trending in a great direction. The only good news has been that graveyard so far. We can't imagine that's going to work twice in the same way.
Yeah, you've got to expect them to be ready for it. But there it is, and there's very little to respond. Dropping the Pekka, the namesake, actually being a bit of a curse for them there. Unfortunately, they don't hemorrhage too much HP here. Is a good kind of situation for the Princess on top of that tower, so they'll be able to find a decent amount. Luckily, that Magic Archer isn't actually hitting the King Tower, otherwise things could have been really dicey.
We're down to one tower apiece for each side that's in the danger zone. The bomb tower number 2 coming in, gets taken down pretty darn quickly. Fireball trying to open the way, and I think it was a hit from the battering ram. Pekka's King gets that first crown.
They were not expecting to take that much damage. More play. They thought, oh, this is the great position that I want to be in. Good damage with the Goat Graveyard early. Quite a lot of value. But as a committed or the commission the Valkyrie, that could be a big chance, especially with the poison backup. That could be a big amount of damage.
It's gonna be close, but no cigar. Pekka's King, by a clear 500 health, takes victory number 2. And Rook, I think we're starting to see another strong competitor coming together.
Oh man, I mean, it was close for Warplay. Did get that advantage in the early game, but unfortunately, as you kind of said, I mean, the graveyard can work really well, but there's a reason why we see some people wait and wait and wait and wait with that graveyard, waiting for the right time to strike to get the maximum amount of value from it. Because once it's used once, generally players will go, oh right, oh my bad, I should have been aware of it, should have been ready for it, and should have had a response.
Well, for more play, their response needs to come here and now. If they don't get the win here, they are out of the competition entirely. Mega Knight is something a little bit different and does deal very well with the battering ram.
Here. This is a great trade, but the Ice Wizard makes it a lot more difficult here. Great usage of a Fireball, but still that Pekka not quite going down. It is a tanky boy.
Yeah, and especially with the low damage of the Ice Wizard. At least it does mean Pekka will need something to stand in front of it, and it will get it. Black Prince comes in, will absorb a lot of damage on the way in. Pekka, if they can survive to get the hit off, I think it might. This should do for the tower.
It was swinging, but unfortunately that swing did not reach. And now a 3 elixir advantage for Pekka's King here. This is a big opportunity for them to take control of this game.
Bandit will deal very well, but no, counteracted by the Mega Knight. A very expensive defensive option, but pretty much answers all of what we've seen so far, with, of course, the glaring exception of Pekka themselves. Goblin Barrel gets some good hits in on the left-hand side. Archer is a little slow responding.
Yeah, unfortunately, a decent amount of elixir invested there. 4 spent by Pekka's King in order to try and keep that off. But, I mean, a big usage there. Oh my, 13 HP. You got to be very worried if you're Pekka's King right now, because there are very few chances for you to actually win this game after that one. With only about a minute left on the clock, you've got to find that big opening. That last card better be something pretty special.
Yeah, the Hungarian representative, Pekka's King, in the most trouble they've been in so far in this opening round of play. We assumed this was going to be a swift 3-0, but it seems like Moreplay has brought things together much more strongly in Game 3.
Looking for their chance to try and strike one out. But again, that Mega Knight doing a massive amount of work, and as much as the battering ram wants to play spoiler, it's not going to find enough damage. It's not going to take it anywhere near 30 HP.
Yeah, so far, P.E.K.K.A King's battering rams have been... They've just been doing way too much work for P.E.K.K.A's. The barrel will finish off the left-hand tower, but both of Moreplay's power are in elimination territory as it looks so good for a while. 3 health remaining. It's only a matter of time.
Oh, and it looks so good for Moreplay. They got so much damage on into P.E.K.K.A's left-hand tower, but unfortunately, they let the P.E.K.K.A reign supreme in that left-hand lane, and it was easily chunked out with a little bit of extra damage going towards that right. Well, P.E.K.K.A's King takes this 3-0, but did lose a tower, I believe, unlike what we saw from Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, it shows that there's not completely without fault in the play, but I suppose if anything, you know, when you're doing that well, there's always the temptation there to take your foot off the pedal a little bit, to, you know, to sit back on the game and say, this is pretty much a done deal. I don't need to play completely 100% crisp Clash Royale.
Yeah, it was solid performance actually, because it did look like, especially with those early trades going the way of Moreplay, that they were going to lose out on that third game, but they managed to clutch it. They stayed the test of time there and actually found their opening. And again, with an unwieldy unit in the P.E.K.K.A, we've been seeing a lot of players using it. I mean, maybe we were talking about the microcosm, the meta microcosm. I think that's absolutely what we're seeing here. Players going, oh, well, the P.E.K.K.A does a lot of damage. Why not run it?
Yeah, I mean, when you're deploying it on your own side of the field, then you're in a lot less chance of being overwhelmed by small units in the same way that if, you know, you're sending it out into enemy territory. You know, if you've got the Mega Knight right there from the opposition, you're guaranteed that you're making your elixir back in value. Anything else beyond that's just a bonus. Really
is one hell of an effective unit when you can use it. But we're going to jump to the bracket now, and you'll be able to see exactly how things are going down. We did see that in the end, Big Boss did manage to take down Ghost in a full-on 5-game series on the left-hand side of the bracket. But right now, we are waiting for the winners of Stap and Dari IVT. I'm definitely interested to see that one went through as it did, that we haven't had a winner yet, because right now, Dari IVT obviously coming in as, frankly, the favourite with their performance in that first, being one of the few people to actually take down Clem.
Yeah, and speaking of Clem, that's where we're going next. The top left of your bracket, the grudge match from the qualifiers, Clem, Reduku. Clem knocking out Reduku, and of course, many other people. For any of you who are familiar with that old Street Fighter movie, for Clem, they've got a lot of enemies in this tournament. They may not remember them all by name, but Reduku certainly will.
Certainly will. Some interesting decks as well have come out from Reduku so far. They've really led towards a, frankly, strong performance. Again, we're seeing a lot of P.E.K.K.A so far today. I see no reason why it should stop.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you know, certainly we haven't been seeing much in the way of, you know, a direct counter, because where, you know, if we've got the kind of counterpart, such as it were, it's the Mega Knight, which of course does not play well into P.E.K.K.A at all. We've had some Inferno Towers, which theoretically allow a counter matchup, but most of the time, if that P.E.K.K.A is going into enemy territory, it's going to be backed up by something like an Electro Wizard, which counters the P.E.K.K.A's counters.
Yeah, or at least a Zap or something along those lines. These guys, if they're running the P.E.K.K.A, they've got the backup for it, because it's a unit that on its own actually is just, I mean, just a big hunk of HP, and you just kind of throw it out and you're like, oh, well, that did nothing. You've got to be able to support it. You've got to give it some backup. Otherwise, it's just not going to make it there. You'll see the spells get banned on it. You'll see the units go into it and kind of pick it apart, especially some of those kind of big groups. And you've got to have to respond to it in the right way, and also respond with it in the right way.
Oh, for sure. I mean, as we're coming now to the quarterfinal stage, as I said, we've got, I believe, one more match results come in before we're officially fully there. We're already starting to get to this point, and we, you know, the match quality is just going to keep getting better and better and better as, you know, the players match up against each other. You know, there's only so far you can go through a competition generally, getting 3-0s. But let's waste no more time. We're into our first quarterfinal match of the day. Clem, Reduku, it's revenge time!
It is indeed. And the Magic Archer already coming on out here as it's a Ditto on the left-hand side of the map. And a great fireball from Reduku here, because they're not too far down. In fact, they're only one elixir behind, and they've still got a bit of value going on in here with that Valkyrie.
Tesla, of course, we saw that earlier on, providing incredible utility and value. The answer to so many different problems is, hey, the miner finally arriving here in Trovo Titans and getting a little bit of damage in.
Yeah, people always love to be bringing that miner. It lets you get that extra bit of chip damage and can work wonders, especially with some extra backups. Massive good usage of the tornado here, but it's going to just about get that hit in. Good activation and a great performance from Klim to kick things off. We'll obviously be able to see on the left-hand side the information for these players. Those wall breakers, they are actually going to manage to make their way all the way through.
Yeah, nicely done. So, as you see, yeah, Klim went all the way to game 5 in their first round, whereas Reduku crushed it 3-0. So, if we didn't know Klim had beaten so many of our other players here today, we would favor Reduku coming in. But we know there's something that Klim's going to be bringing out here that's going to be changing our minds.
Well, I mean, it might be performance on the day. Frankly, Reduku has been looking good so far. He could easily take this one, but I mean, it's going to be hard fought regardless of the situation, I feel. Unless Klim really has something special up their sleeve as an advantage right now, but obviously the clock still has a long way to go. It's going to try and win by time as that miner goes on in. The Electro Wizard to respond, but the Goblins are trying to make short work of it.
Not the best response to Reduku there. They must have something planned. I think it's a push with the Hog Rider in response. There's again the Tornado, one of my favorite spells of Clash Royale. Look, seeing people making Tornado plays was the first thing that clued me in that Clash Royale was vastly more than it seemed on first blush.
A lot of value from this Magic Archer here, even though it goes down, chunks out so much away from that tower. A great fireball as well, finding so much value. Getting that little extra damage on the tower as well. However, good usage of the bomb tower means that unfortunately, that Hog is going to find Zip. None.
And one thing which I really love seeing there as we got another minor push coming in is the wall breaking usage from Klim to draw the aggro, draw the attention of the P.E.K.K.A back, so it ended up doing nothing at all. That's the sign of a really, really strong player that can find those tiny avenues to make sure the opposition's deck just doesn't work the way it should.
Again, showing the usage of that fireball, Reduku getting a lot of value out of it. The issue is, when you invest a lot into the left-hand push, instantly, there's the miner. These miner players, they're slow, they're methodical, and they're always looking for an advantage. With the Magic Archer coming through here, I loved it, lining it up with the Tornado there. Brilliant play from Klim, and takes that first game.
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic combination as Klim does not look at all flustered coming into this game. Knowing that they know, and we know, that Reduku is coming into this one incredibly motivated to try and win. Klim, cool, calm, and collected, pulls off their strategy with nary a hitch.
Yeah, fantastic performance from them in the qualifiers, and I don't see any reason why they should be stopping here. Great stuff on the whole, and again, showing the kind of value in terms of those microplays. I was frankly hailing a Reduku for it in their game in the round of 16, but I mean, kind of Klim showing up again and says, well, I can play meta decks, I can play nearly all of them, but also I can do these little plays that are really going to make a big difference.
And now the advantage really lying with Klim here, because Reduku's going to be playing catch-up from this point out. Knowing if they can't win that matchup, they really just can't afford to play the same deck again, because if they do, and they play the same matchup, it's going to go the same way. So they've got to find a successful strategy, which means they're always going to be one step behind Klim, who can, of course, change up their deck and potentially counter again.
Yeah, there's so much you got to keep in mind, and I think both of these players definitely do have different decks to work with, but it's about knowing the right one at the right time. As we are already kicking on off, those Royal Hogs have already been let loose, but while we didn't see anything, it's going to be able to deal some damage onto that left-hand side and take all the way down to 1.5k for Klim.
So Reduku up in the red on top, and Klim on the bottom. It's a pretty strong start in here for Klim. That's a ton of damage in the early going.
so much coming on there. Great play by Reduku to be able to find that damage. But unfortunately, Klim was actually able to trade right on back. And these elite barbarians, well, they are something that's going to whale them through so much damage. But the P.E.K.K.A. is a great response as well, as it makes things very difficult as they do get completely chopped out. The flying machine is untargetable by the P.E.K.K.A. Very important.
We do have Electro Wizard as, hey, the return of everyone's favorite Mother Witch coming in. And will bring some piggies along for the ride as well. This has been what Klim's been trying, and it's working pretty freaking well. Reduku doesn't seem to have an answer with their deck. The Fireball is something, but it's not good enough.
Oh man, that real porcine threat coming on through from Klim here. Again, putting that pressure on. And unfortunately, Reduku was just not ready for the kind of things that were coming on out here. And I mean, right now, they're one spell away. I think even, I don't think Barbarian Baron quite do. I think Barbarian's a little bit less damage than 114. But at the very least, they're going to be able to find extra damage very easily and shut that one out. And there's only a minute left for Reduku to try and rectify that decision.
Yeah, Reduku's going to need to change up something dramatic. At least we know they're going to do well in this matchup of Mega Knight versus P.E.K.K.A. As they'll try and hit on both flanks at once. This is a dangerous strategy for Reduku, because they may not be able to get enough damage on either tower to get into overtime.
Oh man, this is going to be chomping right on through that Tesla tower. Just needs one bit of damage. He's looking for it. Klim is waiting for their chance. 25 seconds on the clock. But as you say, because they're getting aggressive, because they're putting this pressure on, Duke doesn't have a chance to do anything, frankly. They don't have a way to get aggressive. 15 seconds, especially with that fireball coming on in. Things are looking dicey if you are Reduku right now. Unfortunately, that P.E.K.K.A. just isn't going to make it. Especially with these parties waiting line here, that is going to make things ever so difficult. And that is going to be game 2 going Klim's way as well.
Reduku, revenge seems to be getting itself being a dish that is getting colder and colder by the moment. Klim is showing up and showing us why they come into this one as one of our most highly sought after competitors. I think it's, even though we're getting to the quarterfinal stage, and even though Klim went to all 5 games in their first round of play, Rook, I really think we could be looking at a 3-0 here.
I have to agree with you with the way that Klim has been playing so far, and that's nothing to take away from Reduku, who has been making some fantastic decisions and drawing some very interesting decks. Klim has just been on top of the competition right now, and I mean, Reduku's going to have to sing for their supper if they're going to try and take this one through and take the reverse sweep against one of the preeminent members of the competition.
Alright, so if any of you are just joining us, we are in the quarter-final stage. Reduku, knocked out of the qualifiers by Klim, seems to have the hopes of revenge being dashed repeatedly as Klim is working their way through. 2 wins so far. One more win puts Klim right into the semi-finals as the Hog will connect.
I'm loving the hustle here. I'm loving the lightning in a bottle. It worked wonders there and already brought down that tower on the right-hand side to 2006. A good amount of damage. And, I mean, the Knight goes through as well. It's going to force a little bit of extra commitment from Reduku. I mean, it's not all bad. And you know what? That I was not expecting. Expo to come on out.
Oh my gosh, that's a throwback for us, certainly. We've certainly seen some brave players running that one out in the past, but hey, I'm here for Expos all day, every day.
The issue is that, I mean, of course, Expo has been around for a long, long time, and as a result, we know the kind of counter to it. And things like, well, the Tesla Tower is a really efficient response to it. 4 Elixir, you pop it right on down, and completely mitigates the kind of damage that a crossbow is going to do to, well, anything.
So he's still going to deal with those pesky hogs as lightning will break some space, but there we go. The Tesla coming in will make, usually the combination of the Tesla and the Expo together will allow for a very, very tough defense. I do wonder if we might see Klim using them a little bit more defensively until we get deeper into overtime. Because those Expos, they are pretty expensive and they take a long time to set up.
They do indeed. It gives a lot of time to try and respond through that deck to find the right answer. And when you're committing it towards one side, do you know what's coming on the other one? Oh, it's always going to be a hog right.
There's lightning once again. it is chewing down those towers of Klim, so for Reduku, this is not looking too bad. The X-Bow does at least get some damage in, but we can see there it's in a log range, and chip damage is in Reduku's favor.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a big chance, frankly, for Klim to be able to find that one there. With the Knight tanking up the damage from the Tesla Tower, could have been a big chance, but unfortunately, with enough damage coming through, the log as well clearing it up, that X-Bow finds nothing. It's going to be able to get some damage onto the tower now, and they are not quite going to be able to take the advantage here. But we're going to be going to overtime.
The damage is coming in bits and pieces. Just like we were talking about at the beginning of the broadcast here today, we're looking at two very good players, and when you can't make those big hits, then you've got to get your damage where you can.
It's like boxing. Sometimes you have a KO, sometimes you have to go to decision, and right now, it's looking like it might be a real decision, but with a mistake being made here, this could easily change. Great usage of the lightning bottle again. Klim not able to get much in with this X-Bow, and that is a big difference between this situation, because, I mean, Reduku could just throw out the Hog Rider most any time.
Yeah, we can see the damage number is actually very similar between the two. So both the left tower for Reduku and the right tower for Klim down to around 1500 or less. And then the other towers in the 1900s. It's those lower health towers we're looking to see be the deciding ones as we're deep into overtime.
Something else that I think is potentially very important here is look at the elixir costs of the decks. Klim's is much lower, which means potentially we could see more logs from them. And in terms of the chip, in terms of the damage, in terms of the reach, that could be a big decider. However, with the lightning in the bottle, that could do just the same thing.
I like as well, Klim's now playing on the left-hand side, so when they do get lightning, it isn't hitting their weaker tower. Because if we get all the way to the end of overtime, it's the lowest health tower that causes the loss. And right now, Reduku's the one. Oh, wait, hold it back. Who was the one with the lowest health? Now it's Klim.
That was a massive amount of damage. Sorry, massive amount of damage to go onto that right-hand tower. You are looking at this right now with Klim, and you're like, oh, okay, I have to take it. The X-Bow is locked onto that tower. You've got to do something. You've got to do it quick, and it's just about out of that Tesla tower range. And a big misplace there from Reduku means they actually lose out in the game. It was theirs to win, but unfortunately, even in the face of dire circumstances, Klim takes it 3-0.
That is such a heartbreaker. Reduku, you're right. This was their path back into the series. It would have been a hell of a run to try and reverse sweep, but they won't even get the chance now. Oh my gosh. I feel robbed, Rook. I feel personally robbed.
Oh man, I would have loved to see more games of that. If we could go to a full 5-game series between those two guys, it would have been stellar. We've been spoiled by that first round with Klim versus Tanqueray. Kind of sad to see, unfortunately, for Tanqueray that they went down and managed to take 3-2 against one of the strongest players in the tournament. I'm excited to see these matchups as we continue on through, because we've only got stacked players now, and even then we're seeing 3-0s. That's crazy.
Oh, for sure. And let's take our opportunity to check out the bracket and see. So that is going to be, I believe, yes, the first of our quarterfinals definitively there. So Klim is through to the semi-final stage, so the middle left of your screen, and one step away from the finals where they will be fighting for 900 euros. Will they make it that far? We have got lots of other quarterfinals going right now, so hopefully we'll be able to bring you guys some of the action from those as well.
Yeah, I'm very interested in seeing in particular quite what Stapp is going to bring to the table, because Dari IVT actually got taken down by Stapp here. That is a shock, frankly, to see from me, especially since Dari was kind of coming on in as the top player, the only player to take down Klim, and they got 3-1'd? Darn, I am very excited to see Stapp play.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing here, isn't it? That as we get into our next match, we don't know for certain, as we'll see Zoni69 up against a big boss. Our next quarter final match, as the heavy hitters come out straight away. That Royal Giant is going to get countered by the Inferno Tower. This is one of the very few times it doesn't get zapped before it gets the job done.
Oh, so much damage coming out early on from Zoni here. Massive amounts, and already taking that tower down to 424. Gorgeously played. But they have to be very worried, because there are a lot of units coming their way, but all for naught, as that was a great fireball.
Yeah, certainly feeling pretty happy with themselves as both of these players, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, they had to fight through the round of 16. They've been blooded so far. Sony is definitely not having any trouble expressing themselves. They're feeling confident, and they should be. They've got a massive advantage on the left flank.
Yep, and now they can play relatively slow. They can play more passive. Interested to see if this Hunter is actually paired up with a Fisherman of sorts, or what exactly the plan is. Now, this Royal Giant, you normally look at it and go, oh, it's so easy to push it forward. You can throw it wherever because it's hard to take down. But with an Inferno Tower and a Hunter, things gone in a flash.
Yeah, for Big Boss, there's very little coming back in. We can see that their deck, mostly very cheap cycling creatures hoping to get out the Royal Giant, but you know, Zoni is waiting with that Inferno Tower every time that Royal Giant comes to the field. Barbarians do at least deal very, very well with the Rider, but last time they got Fireball, this time they might get hunted.
Yeah, that's difficult for them, especially because you've got these Dark Goblins, these Goblins to back it up. Goblins on that side for Zoni, but I mean, Big Boss is going to try and use theirs to keep themselves alive. But with that tower already going down, you've got to be very worried because yet again, that Royal Giant is not getting a chance to shoot, even with the reduced burst shot time. It's not going to get a chance to make a difference.
The legendary quad-barreled shotgun being deployed by Zoni here across the course of 2 Hunters. It's not even looking a little bit close here, and honestly, that's a massive tilt when your opponent is spamming emotes, but I feel like they've pretty much earned it here. This is a definitive first for the final game win.
Yeah, I love the deck that we saw from Zoni here. A lot of ways to respond to a lot of what the competition is bringing. Obviously bringing out that Inferno Tower, the Hunter as well, to deal with those really big-bodied, heavily health units, like the Peckers that we've seen a ton of, and they're definitely very prepared for a lot of different chances.
Yeah, I'm most curious to see if we might see those Inferno Towers drop off, because up until this point, they've kind of been okay at best. This felt like the first game we've seen where they really felt like they were definitively shutting down a deck by existing.
Yeah, it was interesting because, I mean, we didn't see enough Zap kind of support to get that reset going. That was the real issue. There's not enough electricity, and maybe this time Big Boss will be able to switch the light bulb on and go, need some backup.
Well, they're going to have a little bit of trouble to start us off with, because P.E.K.K.A is not the greatest of swift answers to swift offense. But the guards, newly buffed with a little bit more damage, I think will struggle to get too much done. P.E.K.K.A needs something to help get across the bridge and get something done.
Bats will do it, and the Miner as well, not directly onto the tower. There to tank up a lot of damage, really well used, loving it. But the issue is that as good as it was, the Hunter is going to be able to make short work of that P.E.K.K.A, especially the great usage of a bait unit in order to make sure that that P.E.K.K.A does not land a hit.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the problem, hasn't it? You know, when you're not using that P.E.K.K.A defensively, they're just incredibly distractible, especially by units like the Wall Breaker that can kite the unit, drag its attention back, potentially to your own side of the field. Zoni is keeping up the aggression, though, and we're seeing a repeat of the start of the round as yet more damage is done.
A little bit too gung-ho here from Big Boss and getting punished for making Elixir committals. Good bit of damage here from the Miner, and they do actually manage to deal with some of the bigger problems. That log is well placed. However, that is the Rage Potion gone, and the guards, you know? We were talking about that damage buff, and with the backup of Rage Potion, that was quite a lot.
Yeah, maybe Sony's going to have to eat their words a little bit, because they are now officially behind Big Boss. It took them all the way up until this point, but they finally got themselves a lead. And maybe with another big push like that, they could get the tower they need to win.
Oh, that is a scary, scary prospect. P.E.K.K.A and Rage Potion, that is a recipe for dead towers. However, the pressure onto the back means that they have to be a little bit worried. They commit guards towards it. We saw what the guards can do. Not a lot of chances here. The tower is gone. Fantastic play from Big Boss here. That means that we're potentially looking at a 1-1 unless something happens quick from Zoni here. They're already taking a lot of damage onto that game.
Desperation play from Zoni, which is not at all what we expected to be saying. Coming from the early parts of that match. Really nicely done from Big Boss, and I think, honestly, it was a disrespect from Zoni to not account for that roided up. Pekka charging through, trying to get past Pekka now to the tower, and Pekka is in paradise. These single units that they can just absolutely rip up and throw away.
And I thought what Zoni had to be able to deal with this Pekka was great. Now, the issue wasn't actually so much the Pekka, obviously it finished the tower in the end, but it was these guards that were just not being able to deal with. Unfortunately, they committed the lock too early, and it was too little too late. Good play here from Big Boss to be able to bring this right on back, and now it's 1-1.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. So this is going to be our first quarter-final game that goes through at least game number 4. But hey, we love to see it. For Big Boss, that victory is going to feel all the sweeter considering how terrible things went for them in game 1.
It is a breath of relief, frankly, for that player. And I mean, you know, with the interesting stuff we were seeing them bring out, really shifting things up, the guards that I hadn't seen yet, and also bringing a lumberjack. And I don't often see a lumberjack without a balloon. So the fact that they're willing to run it with other things is exciting, to say the least.
Yeah, we saw a very similar deck from Zoni coming in with the bandit added to the mix. When you have that rage area, the Pekka was actually moving fast enough and attacking fast enough that they would take down the Inferno Tower that's supposed to be countering them.
Yeah, it was great to see. I love the spice coming out here. Big Boss looks like they're sticking with a relatively similar deck. It's the Pekka package, as I like to call it. Pekka, Electro Wizard, and Zap, to make sure that Pekka is not dying to those Electro Towers. Sorry, Inferno Towers.
The Ghost coming in is new, as the Fireball will take a lot of the offensive push out there. We get to see our old friend, the Battering Ram, as the poison comes in. It actually deals very well with the pumped up defenders of Zoni. There's no hit, so it's ultimately a slight advantage to Zoni. Nothing definitive.
Interesting again to see this deck where you normally go in with a bridge spam style, you've got the Bandit, you've got Battering Ram, all that, you've even got a Magic Archer, but also investing the Pekka as well. I mean, it doesn't feel like a natural fit, but people have been making it work. Let's see if Big Boss can do it again here, as right now they're down quite significantly.
The Hog Rider's not going to be the best of choices there because it gets taken out very easily. We've got the multiple charging units of Big Boss here. The Battering Ram, the Bandit, and to an extent, the Ghost as well, all can get up in Zoni's face as we've actually drawn, even on the left-hand side, Zoni, again, was ahead, but now is in trouble.
Really great stuff from Big Boss to actually bring this back after what looked like a pretty disastrous situation. Good usage of the Electro Wizard there. I think they also threw in a Zap, which is interesting, which means now, I mean, there's still the back of the Electro Wizard to make it happen. That Inferno Tower is going to completely mince that Pekka.
The Bandit makes a charge through, and it's a done deal. We've got 31 seconds left to play. Zoni could come back here, but they've got to make a last bit of damage stick. It's going to be close. We are going to overtime.
Oh, fantastically done there by Zoni, managing to get that Hog Rider through at the very last opportunity. Unfortunate to see for Big Boss here, but they're not able to close out this game yet.
It does mean, I think he could potentially go very deep into overtime because these right-hand towers have barely been touched. Pekka can now be deployed on the other side of the field, so a much shorter walk. But it does mean the Goblins can make a short walk themselves. Poison will get rid of some of these smaller units, but won't let Pekka get the hits in. And Zoni is ahead on the straight tower-to-tower damage.
Ooh. A lot of good early damage here for both sides, but right now Zoni very much in control due to that right-hand tower a little bit more. You see the Hog Rider trying to find their way on through, everything being chucked right on back, but that Royal Ghost is not quite able to find its opening yet. The Bandit means that they can actually make short work of that Hunter.
Yeah, not bad at all. That's the power of Big Boss's deck. They can charge, they can burst damage, and that Battering Ram almost, I think, did make the connection there, which means now Big Boss is in the lead. 1 minute and change left of overtime. Every health point counts.
And every health point is coming away from that right-hand tower. for Big Boss right now. Again, that Hog Rider, you hear his battle cry, and frankly, Big Boss is crying right now. So much damage going on to them, and there's so little they can do.
The Ghost is there with the AoE damage, so should do pretty well. Poison will tick through, but it only really matters what's going on with that right-hand tower, because that's the one that's going to fall first once overtime runs out.
Oh, just barely managing to stop that battering ram. Their damage comes on through from Zoni, and they do manage to take themselves 2-1 up. And this was a clutch performance from them, frankly, after what we saw earlier on in that round, where Big Boss had such a low tower on that left-hand side and had managed to finish off their top left from Zoni. It was looking dicey.
Yeah, this feels like an incredibly bitter battle we've got here in the quarterfinals, with Zoni acting incredibly cocky, spamming emojis continuously. Big Boss just quietly working and working away, trying to find their way back into the series. Honestly, it's fantastic to see it be this competitive again. You know, we've had such treats from the beginning of the competition that all these players so well matched with each other, you know, not at every stage, but in much more stages than we would expect this early on.
Yeah, I'm kind of impressed by the performances we've seen from a lot of these players, in fact. And, I mean, in fact, even in the round of 16, we had some very strong matches. I mean, in particular, that very first one, obviously, with Clem. But, I mean, these guys, I'm sad we missed their matches now. They looked super good. They were relatively close. And these guys, I mean, they've definitely got personality. I think Tony in particular is a hell of a talent.
So early exchange, very heavily in the favor of Zoni's, as we've got the Dark Knight moving in. Nice zap there to try and clear the way, but it doesn't look like Big Boss is going to get anything back. They've lost a cool 1,000 health on the left-hand tower in the opening moments, and they barely got anything back.
It seems like exchanges are really what Zoni is good at. Obviously the verbal and, you know, taunt exchanges, but also those early exchanges where they seem to get a lead every single time. And from there, they've been able to just not let go. Interesting strategy coming on out here. Double Prince coming through from Big Boss as they are looking to shift things up.
All right, it's something a little bit different from Big Boss. Let's see if they can overcome the power of the tower. Again, nice use of the drop there, the cheap units to try and distract. As Mega Minion actually is going to make contact, that is making up a lot of ground.
It really is so much work being put on in, but you know who's also hammering away? That Hog Rider. The fact that they're able to trade back, I think, is fantastic for Tony here. But unfortunately, the Hunter is going to come out top, and Big Boss is now under that pressure yet again, but is up for Elixir because this Hunter is finding nothing.
Yeah, it may look bad for Big Boss right now, but they've still got the chance to steal it away. They were behind for most of the round. They haven't had the best of reactions for the Goblin Barrel, but this time round, with the 2 units there, they've been able to eliminate it without too much being done. So here comes the Miner. That will absorb a lot of the pressure. Nice cancel on the Night Charge with the log as the Goblin Gang comes in and gets eliminated with the Zap. The Mega Minion did most of the work last time round, but this time gets distracted by the Bandit.
Exceedingly important there. Really well played by Zoni with that log driven right in the time. But the Giant doesn't quite make it, and that Prince doesn't have the time to get a run-up. A good usage of the log again means that they're actually not too far behind, but getting even more even by the seconds. That Miner is just hacking away with the shovel.
This is huge. Big Boss needs to deny this further push in. The Dark Prince is able to take some of that damage back, but it's now double Prince on the left-hand side. Zoni's going to try and go for a kill if they can. Nothing's stopping them. In comes the Fireball. Big Boss loses the power. They've got 10 seconds to trade back Miner on the left-hand side, but I think it's all done here. Fireball comes in. It seems like Zoni's calling it, and they are right. It's 3-1. Zoni moves forward.
Man, that sucks for Big Boss. It was so close for them to be able to trade back. But the all-in from Zoni, these calls that they've been making, the trades that they are taking, have been so in favor of the sub. Fantastic performance from them so far, and interested to see how they're going to face down against Klim on this side of the bracket. They've got a difficult matchup ahead of them, but, you know, I'm excited to see how it goes. I think, you know, that kind of style, that kind of panache, it can go a long way.
Absolutely. I mean, you need that kind of confidence, I think, to even kind of, you know, visualize yourself as a winner of a competition like this, because you're facing off against such fierce competitors. But yeah, well, let's see how that ends up coming together. As let's take a look and see. There we go. Klim and Zoni will be our first semi-final match, but we're not done with the quarters as of yet. We've got Lisa, Pekka's King, Stap, and Kamikaze, who we haven't seen as of yet, coming to the field for our final quarterfinal matches.
Man, we're seeing a lot of Russian representation. These guys have been kicking backside so far, and excited to see how they're going to keep on going. Definitely my players to watch right now. Obviously, Lisa, 12-year-old, the first game we saw from them was fantastic, and haven't seen them yet. But Stap taking down Daryl VT, that's got to be big, right?
Yeah, that's Daryl VT being the winner of our first qualifier. So definitely one of our favorite players coming in, and you know, for them to be taken out immediately, it transfers that property. You were the player who was big enough to beat what presumably was one of our best players coming in. So then you become the player to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, maybe that skill didn't translate over in a best of 5. Maybe Stap isn't quite as stacked as we think he is, but I sure hope that they are. An early start here from both sides is both going, you know what? Let's get the Royal Recruits in there.
Alright, so we've seen that Lisa, 12-year-old from before, ran 3 different decks. As, oh my gosh, yes, we've got full warfare going on here as the recruits open up hostilities. Both of these players 3-0ing their previous rounds, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. So at the end of this game, we will see either Lisa or Pekka's King take their first loss of the competition.
Exciting as exciting can be right now, as it seems like the Royal Rumble, with even the Royal Hogs coming out to play. We're not going to be able to find too much damage, but that little bit of chip onto these towers, which, I mean, we talked about it before, can be exceedingly relevant.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, right now, we've gone through the first section with very minimal damage being done. See there, the picture of Pekka's King on the side. You might have to do a little bit of research into Pekka's King. It looks like they might have had some events, some LAN experience before, as a good fireball will take the teeth out of that offensive push, but not blunt it entirely.
You know, I do love Pekka King's profile picture. It's you know what? It's representing real gamer energy, and I think that's what we're going to need to be able to take it down at least a 12-year-old right now. You know, especially since they're playing very similar decks. It's really going to be the micro decisions and the micro kind of deck decisions as well that are going to come down to deciding.
Good amount of air power coming in there from Lisa. And with the Sparkies as well, he's actually getting some hits in, but it's definitely going to be one of these deaths by 1,000 cuts kind of games here. As both players, they're throwing everything they have at each other just to get 1 or 2 hits in.
Good bit of chunk coming out from these Hogs again, managing to munch on that left-hand tower. The Sparkies, try as they might, because they have a relatively quick attack cycle, the Royal Hogs are still able to get a lot of damage on in, and these Sparkies aren't necessarily as effective against them.
Yeah, I really like the split from Lisa there across the 2 different lanes, and that's what the recruits, of course, are doing for both of these players, is diversifying where they're attacking from. They're splitting across both lanes, means you can't just fireball everything at once. Instead, you just have to play both sides of the board at the same time.
You have to be aware of it. It's something super important in matchups like these with the Royal Hogs, with the Royal Recruits. You've got to be aware of both lanes. And well, Lisa right now is setting the pace in both and frankly winning in both as a result. It's a great performance from them, and they're keeping it up right now.
Look how healthy Lisa's towers are right now. Barely anything done from Pekka's King, who just seems like at this point we're seeing the same kind of matchup going again and again. Recruits versus recruits. Sparkies versus Sparkies. Flying machines against each other. But Lisa is coming out ahead of each of these trades.
both of them having invested the fireballs there is exceedingly relevant, but I love that Lisa went in for it first, wanted to keep the tempo up, does not let themselves fall behind. The Hogs are going to be able to chew on through it. They'll quite finish off that left-hand tower, but you know, as soon as that fireball's coming up, and maybe it won't even get to there, this is going to be game for Lisa.
Yeah, no real signs from Pekka's King. They've got anything left in the bank. We saw a GG from them earlier on. They knew that they were beaten. But coming into game 2, we know from our own personal experience that Lisa could easily come out playing a completely different deck.
That's the biggest thing, right? Is Lisa is happy to play at least 3 decks, at least. That's all we can visualize. Sorry, like confirm by eye. But it's very likely they have other decks in the back pocket. We kind of saw it from Klim as well. They were ready to bring out things like the Expo. Much as the Expo didn't really work out, they did win with it, but it was kind of not really their own fault, and I think the fault of the deck. I think it was a misplay, unfortunately, from Raduki, which let that go down. But the fact that they've got the diversity does mean a lot, and I mean, that's why I'm looking at least right now and thinking they are one of our most exciting competitors.
Absolutely. I mean, I love that previous deck, the Total Warfare deck, being brought out by both sides there. Just, you know, I love seeing those head-to-head matchups because you really get to see how good each player is at piloting them, how much of a difference they can make on execution.
Really looking to express themselves in the way they approach a lot of these problems. Putting the cannon cart on that right-hand side, I mean, Pekka's King goes, right, I'm just not going to go there. It's such a pain in the backside to actually deal with. I'm going to have to commit towards this left, but ready with a barbed barrel. Lisa puts him on the back foot again.
Yes, you see, when a 2 elixir barrel can deal with a 4 elixir magical archer, how important the setup is going to be for Pekka's King to get the maximum value out of the archer and not have it just taken away for a discount price.
Good fireball again from Lisa here, but no capitalization with that flying machine. Good response from Pekka's King. Again, ready with that little spell. A good choice here, I think, in the zap, and could tell us something about the way they want to be playing with some of these heavier hitters, like, for example, obviously the battering ram, and also the brainers we have.
Yeah, spawner deck, we expected to see it. For Lisa, they've got to be a little bit wary of that magical arch you mentioned before, able to fire across the river and potentially hit multiple spawners at the same time. Push is good for the time being. Minimal damage being done across the board. Left-hand tower for Pekka's King. Right-hand tower for Lisa. Both taking minimal damage, but enough to count.
Yeah. Big chance here, though, for Lisa, as they are ahead a bit in terms of Elixir if they can deal well with this Electro Wizard. Now, keep an eye. The Mother Witch, we know just how scary it can be.
And that's why it's getting fireballed straight away. No chance of being taken here by Pekka's King. They won't get any tower damage, or at least not much tower damage in. But at least they don't have to deal with the Hogs coming back.
They don't. It's good. It's not all bad for Pekka's King right now, but there's still that one open. Interested to see what it is from Lisa here. The Pekka starts to move on in, wants to go for their push, and there they are, the final card, the Elite Barbs. You saw how good they are, but the Fireball doesn't actually deal with them. It's still online, but it is going to get taken down by the turrets. It starts to make its move. Now, over time, that's where you want to have the success with this spawner deck. Lisa needs to play the long game, but right now, with all the pressure being put on by these knights, it's kind of difficult.
So we've got a repurposed Hog down the right-hand side. Mother Witch down the left. It seems like both players are content to just continue to play this chipped style we saw from game 1. No big swings, but also minimizing the chance of anything going dramatically wrong all at once.
Good bit of damage again onto the left-hand tower, and Lisa is nickel and diming Pekka's King out of this game right now, especially with the performance with these spells. Has been absolutely fantastic. Cannon Cart is going to drive that Pekka over towards the left as well, and the battering ram, that could be a big game changer right now. Needs to see, really well placed with that furnace.
Pekka's King is kicking themselves. They don't have an earthquake right now because those buildings are making the battering ram almost useless. You can cost for cost just have one of those in the bank. Flying machine up in the air will complete strike pressure. Comes in place to avoid getting caught, but the Electro Wizard will make short work of that. Pekka is doing some good work on the other side of the river though for Pekka's King, but as we see, is not getting anywhere near that tower.
Hogs and Gobs pushing down that left-hand side, but they're gone in a zap. Push comes on through on this left-hand side. Could be big for Lisa here to continue that advantage, but with the Pekka waddling on forward, you've got to do something about it real quick.
There we go, the Barbarian Barrel draws Pekka back for just a second, and that's all you need to negate that 7 Elixir Omega unit. Now charging down both flanks at the same time is Lisa. The Electro Wizard doing a good job of holding the left-hand flank. Means I don't think any damage is going to be done. But note that Pekka King's left-hand tower is heavily damaged.
20 seconds. You've got to start sprinting through it right now. Pekka's King to find that opportunity. The princes are going down. They're trying to find that way to keep themselves alive. Pushing down the left flank is a good shout. But how do you change this game right now? You've got to go all in. Unfortunately, the Pekka is not enough to have enough time. He's going to get dragged over by the plethora of units. And that is, again, game towards Lisa, 12-year-old here. They are easily going to take this one. And Pekka's King back against the wall now.
Down 2-0. So there, exactly what we expected from Lisa. A completely different deck, but the matchup there was just, oh my gosh, I felt honestly real bad for Pekka's King. You just could not get through that whole city that sprung up in front of Lisa's defenses.
Yeah, wanted that momentum, wanted the battering ram on the princes to go to town, but unfortunately, I mean, with all those buildings around him, you had to go to work, you had to, do all that stuff, you had to pay your rent, and, unfortunately, it wasn't enough. They didn't have the money to make their way on through, and that Pekka as well, getting gummed up left, right, and center, because those spawners, I mean, obviously they're a pain in the backside because they're buildings, they drag people away, but also the units they bring out, you weren't able to deal with them.
No, I mean, it's, it does make me wonder, how the players are feeling about, the different matchups here, how much it's going to change their approach to future games when they see that, because they're not playing their games right now. We are doing these sequentially, so all of the players remaining in the competition will be seeing exactly what is going on in these games.
I'm excited to see how this one is going to go down in the end. Pekka's King has to do something. Going to pick this up, puts in a lot of units to keep themselves alive. Does actually mitigate the Royal Recruits. It's not all bad for them. They're going to be able to start to mount an offense, but unfortunately that cannon car is relatively low. Isn't, however, stuck on the backside here. However, the cannon is not in range of the tower, and that's very important. If it can get in the range of the tower, it makes a massive difference.
Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit disappointing there. As we've got the Goblin Cage coming out from Lisa there. Great negator of offense. Pekka's King taking a leaf out of Lisa's book. Will be able to bring out some fire spirits of their own. But Lisa's push on the left-hand flank is good. Getting them down to 1,700 or slightly less.
Oh, it's a calm before the storm right now, and you can see Lisa right now, assuming they're counting Elixir, as they hit their 10, instantly invest the Royal Recruits, and this is a very safe option. That's one of the big things about Royal Recruits is they can be defensive. They are very effective at being defensive. There are very few things that deal with them very well and very efficient.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a lot for your buck there, as you can hit on both flanks at once. Pekka's King, if they bring out the Elite Barbarians, they will be playing Lisa's deck from the previous round. So this could well be an instance of what we were talking about before, where Lisa gets the chance to be one step ahead.
Oh man, the Hogs, however, are piling on in, all right on into the Fireball. Some nice bacon being made there, and good stuff from Pekka's King. Able to put a stop to what Lisa was trying to get, at least before it gets too far out of hand. Another great spell from Lisa means they're already very low on that left-hand tower, though.
I mean, this is the problem with the spawners, that nearly always you can get great value from your AoE spells by hitting the spawner and the tower itself. Recruits coming in from both flanks. We know that from our previous experience that it is hard to make the push in, but once you are there, the spawners drop off in efficiency a lot. We've got so many buildings with the cannon cart on Pekka's King's side of the board that maybe Lisa can't get access anymore.
It can make things very, very difficult. It's something you always got to keep in mind. Interesting seeing Pekka King's placement, by the way, of that building, because it was in fireball range, hitting the tower as well, which I think is a big mistake. You've got to be very careful around that. Bit of an early trade around the middle, but doesn't lead to enough, as the Mother Witch is starting to get ready, but unfortunately is caught off guard by a fire.
Triple value fireball from Lisa there, hitting the Witch and the Furnace and the tower at the same time. That is very hard to deal with. We, of course, are now into overtime. So that left-hand tower down to 846. Lisa's towers both above 2,000.
And again, it's kind of been a strength of Lisa is that they've lost so little health in their towers in every single game they've played. Generally just been very clean in the way they've approached a lot of these issues. Now, 674 on the score for Pekka's King's left tower right now. That's the big difference. It's really hard for you to get anything. Well, Lisa constantly finds these minuscule advantages.
Cannon Cart convention on the right-hand side doesn't mean making too much progress up the board. We are now into triple elixir. So if Pekka's King's going to come back, it's got to be soon because the fireballs, they are working away at the left-hand tower. But it's only a matter of time.
Only a matter of time indeed. Look at that chance to try and crack on through on that right-hand side. So much damage has gone through. But the problem is, again, is that Lisa's focus on the left-hand tower has done more damage towards winning the game. That's the big difference they get here. Royal approach going in, they're going to be able to do a decent amount in terms of defensive play, and then instantly shift towards the aggression.
Mother Witch will be able to create at least a hog to work with, but the Goblin Cage is distracting enough. The right-hand tower of Lisa has taken some damage. It's not a completely done deal, but we're deep into overtime. That fireball just ain't gonna cut it, Pekka's King. I think, yep, we're gonna see a clean sweep from Lisa. Another 3-0.
You know, we were talking about the undefeated streak from both of these players coming on into this. Lisa continues theirs, going on into those semi-finals. What a performance from them, and you know, I'm really excited to see more because the delivery, the microplay has been gorgeous.
So we are almost done with the quarterfinal stage, which will bring us pretty much to the halfway point of our broadcast here today. So we're taking a slightly longer break while we let our players gather themselves and ready for that big final push through as we work our way towards our grand finals just a little bit later on. So stick around. 10 minutes time, the Trovo Titans Clash Royale competition shall return, and we'll have tons more Clash Royale for you.
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Welcome back, one and all, to Trovo Titans and to our Clash Royale finals. My name is Canopit, joined by Rook. If you're only just joining us, you're just in time for the end of the quarter-final stage. Because while giants may have fallen, Titans will rise. And Rook, which one of those should we be looking out for?
I mean, we've been talking their praises all day. Clem coming in as one of the favourites from the qualifiers and is the one of those favourites that really has delivered. Darn. 3-2 versus Tanqueray, but that is potentially one of the best matchups we've seen so far. Unfortunate for Tanqueray that they went out so early. Then taking down Raduku, 3-0. They are looking like a powerhouse, and there's a lot of people who are a little bit sore about their performance versus them before in those qualifiers, so definitely wanting their revenge. Now, if we go over to the other side of the bracket, Lisa 12-year-old, 3-0 versus Inter Theo. And then also 3-0 versus Pekka's King, their quarterfinals opponents. And I'm so shocked that they managed to do it with the performance we were seeing from Pekka's King. I did not expect that at all. Now, if there's one thing you definitely don't want to miss, and well, thank the Lord, you're right here, right in time. We got Stap versus Kamikaze. Now, I'm interested to see Kamikaze. Haven't seen too much from them before, but with a 3-0 performance, they are looking stacked. Now, Stap took down the player we thought was going to do the best. The quarterfinals one winner, the only person who was taking down Klim so far, and took him down 3-1, showing that they are one hell of a force to be reckoned with. And now taking on Kamikaze, this is sure to be one of the most interesting matchups of the competition.
Alright, so let's end out our quarter-final stages in the best way we know how. Two Titans up against one another, and what better way to represent that than with the Golem? We didn't see it work out so well before earlier on today. It's going to go head-to-head with the Pekka.
I mean, this really has been Titans, right? We've had so many Pekkas, so many Giants, and obviously 2 Golems, which is a real shock for me to see people still investing in that. Sometimes it can be a little unwieldy, and it's working out quite well. Double Dragon coming on through here from Snap. Pumps out a lot of damage, but nobody's missed.
Yeah, speaking of shocking, this is the first time we've seen that Electro Dragon here today. And we can see it's a very nice, if expensive unit that's pretty decent supporting in nearly any circumstance.
Oh my, the Ram Rider and also the Prince coming through here to back up that charge. A lot of damage going back to the tower straight away, and that's what I needed to see. I was going to complain, there's no backup, unfortunately, for the usage of the Mother Witch. But because they were there right on time, it was actually enough to make it work.
So we're left after all this said and done between Stap and Kamikaze. Stap, as you said, coming in with the biggest expectations in this one. But we're pretty even between the two as another Golem is dropped. Stap refuses to stop.
They certainly do. And I mean, you know, it's an immovable force, frankly, sometimes. But obviously this Electro Wizard will do its best at keeping it at bay. Now, it's going to have another clash of Titans with this Pekka. And again, the backup from the sky is here in full force from Snap.
Now the Witch coming out to try and hit. But no, it won't spawn until the last stage of the Golem. Any of those bigger friends. There they are coming in. The counter push is here for Kamikaze. Stap spent their elixir to make their own push hit. Now they've got to deal with the consequences.
But look at it here, great usage of the Baby Dragon, and it mashes through those remaining players. Good stuff to be able to get that damage on in, and as well, a little bit extra onto the tower. Now, Cannon Cup pushed on forward. I'd love to see a bit more to back that up as the Golem actually heads towards the right-hand side here.
This is the first time it's not going straight into Pekka as the Ram Rider comes in. We can see Pekka getting a little distracted. Nice use of the tornado. Electro Dragon gets blown up by the fireball. The left-hand tower is going to go. Pekka is gone. But the Golem that will hit on the right-hand side is not the tower. That's taking damage. And we're out of time here. Stap needs to get that left-hand tower, but they're not going to find it.
This is a big mistake. Now, I loved what Stat was going for. Going, right, let's not hedge our bets. I think this is going to go to overtime. Invested that Golem towards the right-hand side. I assume it wasn't a misclick. And actually messed themselves up. I was really impressed. I was like, wow, this Electro Dragon's doing a lot of work. Great knowledge. But unfortunately, overestimated the effectiveness of it. And even with the tornado to keep things back, because the fireball was there, the big spell coming on through, Kamikaze actually takes game 1 and steals it away from Stap here.
Yeah, that's incredibly impressive. I mean, I was really shocked to see Stap going for a golem-heavy play here because, we know that these players have been watching every single match we've had on stream, and they know how popular P.E.K.K.A is in this tournament meta.
You know what also has been popular? The Royal Hogs. They've been popular in every meta.
Yeah, you see why. They managed to Stap gets hits on both towers with the split hogs. That's incredibly efficient. And now they're in a pretty decent position to stop any kind of real retaliation coming back.
It's an electro fest right now for Stap as they throw out the Spirit and also those Zappies to actually make pretty decent performance out of this one. The Flying Machine over theirs will come out on top, and again, they're looking to try and push on in that Fireball. It's the Mother Witch finds Zip and Nada.
There's our good friend, the Goblin Cage will keep the pigs at bay for the time being. In fact, keep those pristine towers that Stap's been holding on to for a while.
Yeah, that is looking good so far from Stap to be able to take the advantages early, but the problem was they made a slip up in the late game, and well, that was unfortunate to see. I think they can absolutely still take this one with a great performance, but Kamikaze has shown if you make a mistake, they will easily punish it.
Alright, so, Stap, perhaps we've had our expectations dampened a little bit by losing out that first game, but we are still playing a series here, so there's always a chance for a comeback as the Mega Knight will do very well with recruits, though not all of them. One recruit breaks through on the left-hand flank and gets a stab in.
I know we've seen a lot of sob stories for the Mega Knight because the P.E.K.K.A.s have been absolutely taking it through the ringer, but that unit is really, really good against things like the Royal Knights that we've seen. So there's a reason why people are bringing it. It is an effective unit.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you're looking for an AoE tank, you can also, deal out the damage to some of these squish units. It's absolutely fantastic. We've still got a couple of cards left to see from Kamikaze. There's one Fireball exchange as both players looking to get those little bits of damage in.
And look now, that Mega Knight pushing on the right-hand side. You put some backup in Kamikaze. I mean, they've not got the overall damage that you guys on the side have, but they've still got a lot to work with. Royal Guard, however, going to be able to deal with this one. And as a result, I mean, the Mega Knight is almost down already.
It's going to be tight, but the pigs are providing the space that Kamikaze needs. That tower's almost gone. Could we be seeing the path open up for the inheritance of Daryl to go to Stap and then to Kamikaze?
I mean, frankly, I've been impressed with the amount of damage that they were able to even get out of that one. A shocking amount there. And that Mega Knight working wonders. It's great to see it actually working effectively because it is a good unit. People just watching this would not have realized just quite how strong it is. That snowball was fantastic from Kamikaze, giving them just the room they need to take down Stap.
And I wouldn't have given them a snowball's chance in hell, but that was perfect. Just using that tiny amount of knockback to open the door for the Hogs to make it in. Kamikaze is really, really impressing. They came through their first round 3-0, but we didn't get to see that particular match. Now, I'm thinking we're going to get to see a whole lot more of them.
We really could do. I mean, Stap just has not been able to perform, and it's honestly just been some really great plays across the board from Kamikaze. The first one, I will admit, is honestly more on Stap, and they've got to be kicking themselves. They know they can take a game off of Kamikaze here and even take the series. They just have to do it, and frankly, it could be easier said than done, but they have to fight for their tournament life. Will they be able to make those semi-finals?
I mean, certainly, the impetus, of course, as always, is on Stap to change things up. So hopefully we'll get to see from them a little bit of what we've been seeing from our other players, which is not just flexibility, but being able to find those tiny edges that show that you are not just aware of, not just practice with, but you've mastered multiple decks and you know how to get the most out of them.
Be interesting indeed to see how this one goes. Another spawner deck potentially here, but this time with the Graveyard. Interesting to see, one we haven't seen so far, but it certainly can be effective. A steady stream of skeletons, always strong, but that Mother Witch, we know just how scary that can be against.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's the thing. Anytime you're throwing a lot of troops out into the field, you are dreading the arrival of that Mother Witch. It's worth noting, though, that this is one of the ones we didn't really get a chance to talk about, the graveyard getting a little bit, or rather, Tombstone, as it's known, the graveyard being something else entirely. Tombstone, the skeleton spawner, getting the extra spawns on death. We just seen that come through there. That's a lot of skeletons coming out in a hurry for a very, very cheap elixir investment.
Yeah, it could have been the big opportunity. This Inferno Dragon is not geared up to deal with this kind of problem. Needs to be some sort of backup, because even though the Hogs deal so little damage, it doesn't matter if there are so many of them and they're going down so late. Good usage of the Mega Min here means that Balloon is probably nowhere near a threat as it otherwise would be.
So Lava Balloon is the key for Snap here, at least they're hoping it will be, as the Tombstone will buy a little bit of time. Fireball trying to clear the way for the Royal Giant of Kamikaze, and is getting those big hits in. Snap, it's looking like they're, dazed and confused in this third game. They're getting rolled over.
Wow, they really are. This is not looking good for them. And I mean, they have some big heavy hitters. They've got Lava Loon, they've got double dragons as well. Triple, even if you count the skeleton dragons as, well, 2. But the issue is that they cannot find their way on in. The responses from Kamikaze have been fantastic.
And this is worth bearing in mind as well. This is a deck from Kamikaze that only has a limited amount of actually offensive units in it, because a lot has been given over to cycling. Balloon on the right hand side, maybe Snap can find a way through if they spread their forces well enough. Nice Fireball to drive away the Balloon, means it's, I think, only the bomb's damage coming through. Left hand side for Snap is looking not so healthy at all. The Hogs close the distance and they take it to sub 1,000.
Oh, that was big again from Kamikaze, and Stat just seemingly choked out of a lot of these. The big mid-range deck in that play with the Royal Giant is great. However, Royal Giant can't make an impact. Good usage of the skeletons. The problem is, how do you make that play bang?
We have got another push in, but so far Kamikaze has been able to deny them. Mega Minion, a fantastic anti-balloon card, as the Mother Witch continues to turn these skeletons who are spawned into the much more effective Hogs, and Kamikaze takes away Snap's ability to progress any further. They will take the final semi-final spot.
Man, oh man, what a performance from Kamikaze. We were looking at this, I was like talking about in the previous ones, stat. I'm excited for this guy, took down Daryl, but I mean, at the end of the day, they're able to do very little against Kamikaze, who just completely chokes the life out of them. And now, I'm all the more hyped, frankly, having seen Kamikaze in action finally. I mean, what more can we see? They are going to have to face off against Lisa, 12-year-old, who has been tearing through the top part of that right-hand side bracket. And frankly, that is a matchup I'm excited for, but obviously no more than Klim versus Zoni, which is going to be potentially, I assume, our next matchup as we kind of progress on through this one. And both of these guys have been so impressive in their matches so far.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the Russian players we've seen coming through so far. Clem and Lisa both putting out astonishing performances. Of course, Zoni, if you just joined the stream, we saw them before, putting on a very, very strong performance against Big Boss, perhaps accused of cockiness on my part with their spamming of emotes, but it got the job done, 3-1. Not perhaps as dominant as Klim has been in their game against Radiku, but still with a chance of making yet another surprise.
Yeah, we've got some interesting matchups to come, and I think Klim is kind of the favorite, but I think the momentum as well that Zoni gets from winning any of these games, if Zoni wins one, I think he could easily steamroll out of control, because again, that oddball nature could work well for them. The issue is I did say that for Klim's previous opponent as well, so maybe it won't quite work out for them either, but I think that with what we've seen from Zoni so far, they have what it takes.
For sure. I think, as much as, we're talking about for Zoni, personality-wise, I think you're right that when you've got someone who has evidently a lot of self-belief like that, I think getting off to the races strongly is absolutely crucial, because you need to make sure that if you're going to see yourself as this dominant player, you need to be able to demonstrate that straight away. And if you can't do that in the first game, then you're fighting an uphill battle for the rest of the series.
I'm loving Zony's picture right now. Showing he's one with the sea. He's one with himself as well. There's the aggression already coming on out here. Very confident. Already the well played on there.
You can see Klim not too keen on that opening play, but hey, for just the 7 elixir, getting about 500 damage through without any reply at all.
Got to spend elixir to make some damage, and the solo push of the lumberjack here, not normally an effective one, but sometimes you've got to cycle on through, and I think it's a good call here. Good backup as well. The Electro Dragon, we saw how successful it was in the previous one, even though we didn't see a win come out from the staff. It was definitely a very strong one, but unfortunately, into that Electro Tower. The Electro Tower, sorry, Inferno Tower, even, apologies. The Inferno Tower is going to be able to still deal with it, even with the resets.
Oh, there we go, Klim. If there's anything we can say about them, it's very crisp. And that log was, of course, picture perfect. As there we go, they have made great use of the tornado throughout the competition. And even Zony is going to give them their due.
They are indeed. Good early damage, though, from Zony means they can run away with this game. But with the bowler and a lot of interesting kind of approach coming out from Klim, this could be enough to try and take it over the edge, especially with the balloon to give it that backup. Now, this is going to mean the balloon will likely go down, but interesting position actually means that it almost made it towards the tower, and that could have been cut. In fact, forces the fireball to come out from Zony, and now they are on that back foot.
Oh boy, yeah, that was real close. Up for Klim. Same play, it works out the same way. Tornado brings the rider through to the central tower, and then the log deals with the goblin barrel. The only fly in the ointment here for Klim is that king tower is taking a lot of damage because of this strategy.
Could be relevant if we get to later parts of the game. I mean, it's still 1k above their power, so it's not too bad at the current moment, but it could certainly end up not exactly as they wanted. Good usage of the Inferno Tower here.
Whoa!
That freeze I did not expect to see, but unfortunately for them, again, the response from Zony is there, and it's not quite the win that they wanted.
Klim's bringing out the big guns. We get to have to look across at their tournament progress so far. So both of them fighting harshly through the competition. Both of them with only 2 losses so far. This is going to be a big match here as the bandit hits on the right-hand side. We've got the freeze and a big hit on the left.
Oh, no. Oh, that's it. That has to be it. Look at that. The balloon comes on through and just takes him down. Zony was looking strong, was looking in control, but one slip-up we saw it. Not only was it the balloon, not only was it the rage as well to back it up, but a freeze as well? That was all in from Klim, and it came up trumps.
I mean, it's just algebra at this point, Rook. You put, you've got a combination like that, you put it together. The freeze is so obnoxious that once you've played your cards, you're done. You can't do anything. It just counts as everything. As long as you've got the other parts to actually make use of that time, then, you've just got to get something done before that happens or find a way to disrupt the combo.
Yeah, I mean, as well, if at first you don't succeed, try again was the kind of game plan for Klim there. It was interesting to see because Klim actually invested the rage twice, the balloon as well alongside it, and then also all 3 2 times before they got that success.
All right, so Zony has got another chance here. So they started off the previous round very, very strong. This time, they won't get anything as it's looking like Klim is going to be playing pretty low to the ground here. Cheap elixir, as it's seeming like we're going to be seeing Hog Cycle coming in from Zony on the other side.
Short. A strong deck that can really take control over games. But the minor chip deck from Klim here, it's another way to look at it. I mean, it certainly can make a massive impact, and Zony isn't ready for it. I mean, obviously they now are because they know it's a minor, but if they're not, responding correctly to said minor, even if they get an advantage early, they could easily lose it to repeated attacks.
So, taking stock with 2 minutes left before overtime. Barely any damage done, but both players managed to get a little bit done. Continuous visits from the miner to Zony's left tower, and now the magical archer hitting from the top as well. This is a big win for Clem.
Oh man, watch out here, Clem. A big push from Zony though with this Hog Rider could change the game. But yes, you're about 600 ahead, but that could change ever so quickly. Loving the fireball here to make sure that pressure isn't too much, and with the bandit pushing forward, you could get in some good chip.
I mean, that's the great thing about the bandit, like so many of these other similar units. It demands a response. If you don't put something in front of the bandit, it will chunk out your tower, much like that miner will do for Clem. There's the barrel coming back in the other way. Lots of barrels going around as there's the tornado. I think we've seen this play before, Rook.
We have indeed. It was very effective the last time we saw it. And Clem loves dragging it away, those Hog Riders. So effective at dealing with them. Obviously got a lot of experience there. As a result, is able to play slow, steady, and eventually just take damage after damage where they darn well need. But remember, one slip up and we can see Zony's deck really spring to life.
So far, though, Clem is showing very little in the way of mistakes as the Valkyrie chews through those goblins. Wall breakers will get taken down, but Zony down to 1145 on the left-hand tower. Clem has kept their towers almost immaculate as we're coming close to overtime.
Wall breakers coming on in here, and this was not something I expected to work quite as well as it has been from Clem here. If they're a good player, it's a great timing to make that so effective. They really want to shut down this tower. Just one more shot from that magic archer, but the lock denied, but it'll only be for a small period of time. There comes the miner. There comes the hit to 1 HP, and there we go. Good stuff from Clem. Moves them up 2-0.
You can really see from the way Zony's playing this game, Clem has absolutely earned their respect, and with good reason. We're seeing some truly great Clash Royale being played here. Just no windows of opportunity being afforded here. There's no cracks in the play to allow for any shenanigans to happen. Honestly, I think we're really seeing a very strong build up towards the finals here, which of course we're only one step away from for each of these players we're going to be seeing from this point forward.
Yeah, and I mean, now only one round away for Clem, especially with how they've been playing. That is not so shocking to see. And it's sad to see for Zony because they've been playing well so far. But right now, I mean, Clem has pretty much been the unbeatable wall.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd love to see something coming out here from Zony, even if they can't take the series, that at least they can show again that Clem can be beaten. Even if Clem went to 5 games in the opening series, right now this semi-final game isn't even seeming close.
Oh man. Special delivery coming on in does mean they can get that little bit of damage to stop the Valkyrie from moving too far forward. And always trying to prompt a response, trying to get the reaction out of Clem here. Zony knows how to put that pressure on.
And one thing I'm kind of surprised at, I'm surprised as well by the expo from Clem, and looking to show that they've got the variety as well. Earthquake will answer that spectacularly well, cost for cost, and make sure that the damage is relatively minor.
Oh, I'm loving the fact that Zony was actually willing to bring out the Earthquake here, and it's going to work really well for them because of the expo. And I'm surprised to see Clem bring it out again. It did not work super well last time, but obviously not expecting Zony to bring out anything like the Tesla Tower, and that makes a big difference. There's no Tesla Tower. You don't have to worry so much.
It's a great insurance policy, as here comes the expo once again. The delivery, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that as a general answer. Being able to bring out the Royal Recruit as well. As, again, it's minimal damage being done by the expo, but notably, we're not getting nearly anything back from Zony. Even if this crossbow goes down really quickly, it's still chipping away.
Good usage of Tornado there again from Clem. It's been a real signature of their play. It means that they can clean up again and start that push towards the right-hand side. They want to look for a chance to set up that play with the Expo, but it's hard to get the right timing sometimes.
There we go. So a more defensively placed Expo gets immediately caught with the Earthquake, but that's the last card of Klim to this game. They have brought themselves out a rocket. They've got inevitability. The Earthquake allows for a little bit of damage through, and that's pretty nice for Zoni. They've been looking for damage all game.
Yeah, that was fantastically played from Klim to be able to trade back and forth with the usage of that rocket. But with the Hunter right there, that means this trade is going to be so heavily in favor of Zoni. It's not quite going to be the tower, but look at that. Under 1k health.
Oh my gosh, that's it. That's honestly pretty impressive. Klim's been trying to run this play, but maybe things are starting to turn against them. I think maybe they weren't expecting the Earthquake. He's getting multiple value there, hitting it through the tower and the Tesla as well. Expo will finally get to hit the tower in a second with the Earthquake down. No, it's back in cycle again.
Oh, good usage there again from Zoni. Not able to get double value out of it there this time because of the positioning from Klim. Was much more aggressive with that one. However, this push towards the left-hand side could get the damage, but the log is there to stop.
I think what Klim's got to be really careful of here is they're trying to wear down this left-hand tower, but we can see that Zoni is ahead on damage. 800 versus 864, so if they can get through one good charge with their hogs and the continued hitting with that log, I think they could actually take this.
But the Expo is up, and so will the rocket be. The Hogs, however, are going straight for it. However, this stops a lot of the aggression you want to see. The Expo is trying to chew through them as the rocket lands and does put them ahead in terms of damage, but not for very long. That's something you've got to keep in mind.
Coming down to the wire, here come the Hogs on the right-hand flank. Tornado immediately brings them back, negates the attack, but the Hunter's shots are just getting through. I don't think this rocket's gonna do it, but it's down to 52. The log sends Klim to the finals.
And I love that Klim came through with a little bit of the emote back, trying to get into Zoni's head. Fantastically played by Klim to be able to take that one. And knowing, despite the fact that that Expo was shot on down, they played around it, used it to bait reactions, to force the Hogs over towards the left-hand side rather than the right, and then went for the reach that they had in terms of the rocket, in terms of the log, and knew their outs. Again, playing fantastically to be able to pick up that one.
And you really wouldn't think that someone who's, playing a 6 Elixir Expo and barely getting any damage off of it at all was going to win out the game. But hey, as you said, they played things perfectly. They led around their opponent by the nose in that last one, which means we know that Klim, one of our the only person to play in 2 qualifiers, makes it all the way to the grand finals. But we need to find out who they are going to face.
Kamikaze taking down what we thought was going to be one of the biggest threats in stat. What a performance from this player. Some amazing positioning. Great decks coming out from them. But can they take down the currently undefeated Lisa 12-year-old?
Alright, the flexibility has been fantastic so far. Lisa showing us a ton of different decks. We have got power in the air and on the ground from both of these players. Comes through. It's an inconclusive fight at the bridge with the miner being deployed just to buy time.
Oh, Graveyard coming on in here from Kamikaze to kick things off. And no Mother Witch yet, so no massive response, but a lot of little things invested to try and keep it from finding too much damage. But regardless, Kamikaze takes the advantage early on here.
And hey, we're back in the situation again. Lisa and Kamikaze both have not dropped a single game so far, which again means this will be the combo breaker, one step away from the finals.
Oh man, you can feel how tense it is right now. Loving the fact that these guys are bringing out different decks pretty much every single time. Double Knight on the side of Lisa here. Obviously with a little bit of support, the Miner as well for that bit overreach, but Kamikaze responding with a Graveyard deck. These are old school decks and I love it.
Yeah, this is the first time we've really seen that Graveyard for a while, especially doing as well as it did just then. It felt like Lisa was very much caught off guard by having to deal with a full frontal attack and the graveyard at the same time.
Oh, right now, this is a real problem for Lisa. They've taken too much damage on the left-hand tower. And, I mean, the thing is, right, is as Lisa, you want to find a critical mass. You want to find a big play with the Giant, with 2 Knights charging in, to lay some smackdown on one of these towers. But when you commit, you know there's going to be a graveyard not too far in your future.
And that's always going to be weighing on your mind. The consequences of every decision. The fireball gets triple value there, but it is returned in kind. Bear in mind, we've now seen Kamikaze using the tornado, and that means the king of Kamikaze is awake.
This is a real problem for Lisa. They can't seem to find their damage into, well, basically anywhere. It's been a struggle, frankly, and the fact that Kamikaze is willing to just go through absolutely everything, the Zap there to set up, cycle into the graveyard, is so well played by Kamikaze, means it comes out just that second early, and almost, in fact, may, yeah, it will just take down the tower and win the round.
That was so brutal! That tornado to draw the E-Wiz away, who was really the only efficient answer to the graveyard that Lisa had on tap. Kamikaze, they keep their win streak intact. Lisa is going to have to dig deep for game number 2 because Kamikaze looked very, very good right there.
Man, oh man. And you know, I was coming into this, I was not expecting Kamikaze to do as well as that. I was looking at the stat game. I didn't expect Kamikaze to do that well there, but they are delivering time and time again. I mean, I kind of, they were sitting in the bottom right there, you know, I blame my mic, it's blocking it a little bit, but I kind of didn't notice them. They've snuck up out of nowhere and might just be the dark horse of this competition.
Oh, for sure, especially if they can chain into a second win against Lisa here. At least we know coming into game 2, we shouldn't have any worries about seeing the same matchup. You know, the chances of that are basically 0 at this point based on what we've seen so far. But certainly, that graveyard, I think, was a real big difference maker there for Kamikaze. We'll have to find out in game 2 of our second semi-finals how deep that bag of tricks goes.
Oh, you've always got to be worried when you're playing Graveyard, though. That's the thing I look at, is there's a Mother Witch. If there's a really good response, it just hurts so bad. Good early damage from the miner here. Means that Kamikaze is ahead in the early game. But you've got to be worried when there is such a potent force coming away.
Yeah, Lisa not holding back at all. The Elite Barbarian doesn't quite get the hit in, but the damage is done on the tower itself. So, early advantage to Lisa, but double dragons coming in. Kamikaze rules the skies.
Kamikaze did massive amount of control as well, managing to deal with that furnace very quickly. Means that the pressure that this deck probably wants to put on from Lisa unlikely to quite have the effect that they wanted. They are ahead in terms of damage now, but a lot less responses likely to be in this deck because of the fact that it's got those spawners, which generally want to be putting so much pressure on over the course of the game.
It's looking like it's spawner central for Lisa, looking to build up a town to deny these air units. Mother Witch comes in again, not finding too many amazing targets so far, but we've got the flying machine up in the skies as well. The lava part of this deck. Lava Hand chewing away on that right-hand tower and not being answered.
Oh no, man, it is just being left alone, and the pups are going to be here in a second too. Even more damage coming on through onto that tower, and the fireball, I mean, it doesn't even hit everything. This is going to be a lot of damage. The guards that we saw were so effective have already taken the tower, and Kamikaze is in control again.
Wow, I don't even know what happened there. It felt like maybe Lisa was holding out for maximum value from that fireball, but it's cost them huge. Be down a tower already. They are in real trouble. If they lose out here, they are one game away from being eliminated from the competition.
Spawners need to keep up that pressure. A great usage of the poison. Oh my, that is going to chew through that witch, that Mother Witch, and the thing as well is attacking onto all important spawners, which are a key of the pressure for Lisa here. The damage can come through from the Elite Barbarians. They don't have enough health to really have the staying power that they need.
No, But for Lisa, with having lost that first tower, it's going to really be a struggle to try and build up that critical mass of spawners to really get the maximum value. When you can be building up an army, then you can get something done. When you're always having to rebuild, then you're on the back foot and you're pretty much out of the game. The left-hand tower may be untouched, but that doesn't matter.
Oh, Kamikaze is in the driving seat now. Can Lisa put a stop to their streak, to their 8-game win streak? Will all be for naught. Will they go out here in those semi-finals? I mean, it's good. It really is the final chance for Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it? You know, you come into a competition, you never know exactly how strong you are against anybody else in it. And of course, yeah, we've been seeing Lisa just dominating their way through games up until this point. What we haven't seen is them playing from behind, for them trying to desperately struggle to find one of these many decks which will be the key to getting back into the series.
What do you do now, though, in terms of decks, in terms of decisions? The spawner. I mean, you were kind of talking about the comeback mechanics. There are very few when you're playing spawner. You need to be ahead and keep ahead. I think we're going for something a little bit more all-in from Lisa here. Even though they're most comfortable with spawners, I think they have to change things up. They have to go with something a little bit more proactive.
Okay, so first move in, and it's going to be something low to the ground again. The very early goblins in the barrel didn't get anything done thanks to some nice play with the barrel and snowball. Princess, that's something a little bit different.
Oh. You know, I think the Princess is a good shout here. It can really chip away at those towers, but it has a similar pop as the usage of the spawners. You need to be ahead and stay ahead. And Kamikaze right now has found big openings off of the smallest things. Like the fact that that Electro Wizard found a decent bit of damage there is massive. And Kamikaze has been finding advantages like that everywhere.
Well, I think that's the thing. Kamikaze feels like they are one step ahead here. The read on that Barbarian barrel to charge through and take out the counter units to Electro Wizard was just fantastic. And it even allows a little bit more damage in the way as well. We needed to see something big from Lisa here, but right now, especially with units like this Inferno Tower, it feels like they are playing on the back foot.
Ram Rider tries to go in for a little bit of damage. Goblins just pick it apart. Good place from Lisa here to be able to defend quite well, but they're hemorrhaging damage every single time. There is a chance Kamikaze will find extra damage off of units that they're generally using to defend. They're ready to counterpunch everything Lisa's got.
Oh boy, this is the whole situation here. When you come up against someone who just knows how to deal with your tricks. Lisa does finally get... No, I take it back. Doesn't even get a chance to get any more damage through as the Ram Rider will get stopped in its tracks. But again, Lisa is on the back foot. Needs to find a way to take control of the conversation.
Mega Knight in hand now for Kamikaze. How are they going to make this push happen? They've got a little bit of backup that could come, but towards the right-hand side. Interesting decision here, as they're only going to be able to clean up a lot. That Inferno Tower, again from Lisa, could make light work of these big and tanky units.
Yeah, so this Inferno Tower, you know, it feels like it does match up pretty well. It deals with the Ram Rider, it deals with the Mega Knight, but it just hasn't really been happening the way it needs to. And it's also limiting Lisa's ability to form a coherent attack back. Maybe if we get to overtime, it starts to come together a little bit more. There is still one card to be revealed from Lisa.
But will they be able to turn the tide? They have a decent amount of time left, because Kamikaze has not taken the tower yet. There's still 2 minutes in it, a real chance to be able to pick this one up. You know, I've been impressed with the way that Lisa's been playing to try and keep themselves in it. But they need to go further beyond. They need to find that big opportunity. Now, if it's something like Graveyard, this could be massive. But you would have expected to have seen that one.
Oh, for sure. It does. It makes me wonder if maybe it just isn't a useful card in this matchup. The Fireball will take out the Princess. Lisa is starting to come out ahead of these trades ever so slightly, so maybe the wind is changing. But there's very little time to work with. Only a minute and change.
try and make a comeback right now for Lisa. And you know what? The rocket is not a bad shout to do. They can probably get 3 more out, so they need to find that extra damage somewhere else and be able to get out 6 Elixir uncontested. Now, the Inferno Towers are doing a lot of work, but how do you turn that into a win?
That's the thing, you've got the fireballs coming back. So we're getting rockets on cycle from Lisa. Every time it's coming up, it's pushed right into the left-hand tower. The Inferno Towers are doing an incredible job of defending for Lisa, but they can't stop the fireballs from landing.
Good bit of damage coming on in here from these rockets, but will it be enough to lock it out? I mean, I'm trying to do the math. I don't think it quite will. I think the rockets and the pressure from Kamikaze will be just too much. That fireball does absolutely everything, and that could just be curtains right there.
Yeah, it's looking like Kamikaze's got this one. We will be headed to a break right after this series is done, and it could be about to be done right now. Our grand finals beckons, and Kamikaze will be joining it.
What a performance from Kamikaze. Completely undefeated, 9-0 right now. And what a shocker it is. Lisa, I coming into this, I was so impressed with what they've been able to do, but it wasn't enough to take them over the edge. And Kamikaze is on a roll. I'll say it.
Oh, I think that's absolutely justified. Honestly, you know, from where we've ended up with, this entire tournament has been to find the strongest challenger for Clem, to challenge their supremacy. I think, honestly, based on that previous game, where that was an absolutely merciless performance, I think our grand finals is shaping up to be truly enormous.
I am exceedingly excited to see how that one is going to go down. Clem and Kamikaze is one hell of a matchup, and Kamikaze, I think, could be just enough to take him down. Very excited, as I said, to see how that goes, but we are going to a short 5-minute break as we get prepped for that one. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with more Clash Royale action.
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Welcome back, everyone, to Trovo Titans and 2, the finals of our Clash Royale competition, our grand finals, in fact, where we will see two incredible players going head-to-head to claim the crown. My name is Canafit, joined by Rook, and it's been one hell of a ride.
Man, oh man, it has. I mean, both of these guys having won many 3-0s. I mean, the only stain, frankly, on Klim's record is that first matchup versus Tanqueray. And you know what? Shouts to Tanqueray, because they performed super duper well. It was one of the best sets we've seen so far, and frankly, might only be topped by the matchup we're about to see between Klim and Kamikaze, because Kamikaze is coming through completely undefeated, not having taken a loss yet so far, taking down some of the strongest competition in stat, in Lisa 12-year-old. Unfortunately, didn't get to see anything from Patella on stream, but I'm interested to see. I'd love to see quite how strong they were, because I mean, frankly, the 3-0 tells us nothing so far, because Kamikaze is taking down all comers. Will they be able to take down Klim, though? That is a very different matter.
Yeah, Klim has been, as I said, not quite the unstoppable object like Kamikaze has been, but these are players coming from the two opposite sides of the bracket. They have not interacted at all up until this point to really get a sense for how strong they will be into each other. You know that Klim was able to dominate their side, Kamikaze ruling their side of the bracket, the right-hand side, with an iron fist. It's time for the first game of our grand finals for the championship. Best of 5. Let's get going.
Dark Prince versus Dark Prince action here, as we see the damage get traded back and forth, and these charges going to come out from both units as the Bandit does go for it, but gets a big old thwack back, but not enough to take it down.
As you can see, the journey that each of these players have taken, as you mentioned, Kamikaze totally undefeated. Klim undefeated since the first round of play. Both these players, they've had as much time as they're ever going to get to perfect their strategies. Now we get to see the results.
I love the usage of the bar barrel to, try and get the pressure out from that Tesla tower, but unfortunately, because of the response from the Dark Prince, it wasn't quite what they wanted to see. Now, with shield gone and a lot of damage trading back, it's actually Klim who comes out on top of the trade.
No damage being done through, or at least very minimal damage he does through so far as the raw delivery comes in from Klim. That's that we've been talking about. We've been seeing a ton of it so far, but a lot of good utility there, dropping down from the sky, putting down the AoE, and then giving out a recruit at the end of it. Ram Rider makes it through. We'll get a delivery to the face, but that won't stop Kamikaze from getting the damage through. And hey, they have officially taken the lead against Klim.
Yeah, it's good to see, frankly. I mean, Klim has been dealing with these problematic units quite well in terms of things like the Mother Witch, but, I mean, Kamikaze has still managed to put the damage over the edge.
There we go, Miner on the opposite side from the P.E.K.K.A. Nice use of the black line there to not the Prince to be able to absorb and redirect the aggro from the tower, which means Kamikaze is still looking pretty comfortable. Dark Prince will come now charging down from Klim, and while that's going on, their Miner is getting work done.
Oh, it really is. Gets a good bit of damage on in, but they're still down quite a lot with the P.E.K.K.A. and the Mother Witch moving in. That could have been big. The Royal Delivery buys them that little bit of time, which could be so impactful.
Tesla Tower, a crowd of favourites coming in here as P.E.K.K.A. will collide with the Prince. Able to deal with them pretty darn well. I think relatively minimal damage in the early going. These are two very well matched competitors.
They really are. Good bit of damage coming on through here from Kamikaze to keep themselves ahead
Double
now
P.E.K.K.A.
with double P.E.K.K.A.s. That is so scary. That little bit of damage might become a torrent away. A dead tower in a split second in Klim. I think that cry is pretty accurate because that is a disgusting amount of damage coming in out from Kamikaze.
That is a tournament first. We have not seen anybody pull off a double P.E.K.K.A push before. I don't even know how that's possible, but we saw what it could do. It gets within anywhere near your tower, and that tower is gone immediately. This means that Kamikaze keeps their winning streak intact. Maybe we're in a world in which they keep that winning streak going to the very end of the competition.
That'd be exciting, but you know what? I'd be kind of sad. I want to see this one go 5 games. I mean, you know, with how Clem has been playing so far, I think they can absolutely bring it back. But I said that for Lisa as well. None of them seem to be able to stand up to the might of what we saw from Kamikaze.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely brutal stuff. But hey, we saw Clem start off the competition with a 3-2 win, so we know that they can come back from a deficit. But definitely going into game number 2, to be what a different world it is. If Clem can take a game back here, you reset back to parity. You're pretty much starting the series over again. If you lose, you're almost done entirely.
Yeah, backed up against the wall would not be a good place to find himself against Kamikaze. They are a strong contender who just seems to find these opportunities so easily. As soon as a mistake is made, they're pouncing upon it. And when they trade, they come out on top, not in terms of necessarily units, but in terms of damage on tower every single time. Now, Bowler wants to let loose on tower, but it's just no dice.
No, nothing to be found as it's looking like it's going to be an air war for game number 2 of our grand finals here at the Trovo Titans Clash Royale competition. Good damage in from the miner leaves both players in a similar spot.
Yeah, good old shot to take it over for Kamikaze there. But yeah, double dragon for Clem right now. But Kamikaze is really struggling to find those openings when they have Elixir. They're going to be able to drop down at that Lava Hound and really just push on through. Now, this usage of the log here, I know it seems really benign, really simple, but this is going to be really important as the game gets later, because this could very easily go to time.
Balloon on the far right flank. It is going to look like it's going to be all about the air power all the way through. As Double Dragon on the left-hand flank, the balloon, I think, will impact on the right. So Kamikaze's lost a lot of health there, but the air attack comes in. Nice use of tornadoes to try and bring them together to get that AoE ticking through. We've got an Inferno Dragon on the tower, and that tower is going to take a ton of damage.
Now, I'm so impressed with that, honestly. The fact that the tornado came through from Clem to group up to make the Electro Dragon so darn scary, but I didn't notice quite how, but they reset the aggro for the Electro Dragon, and the miner was the one that got targeted. As a result, they actually managed to get that Inferno Dragon to wail so much onto the tower. Clem is now at a massive deficit because of that misstep.
Yeah, it's hurting them real bad, so Clem is putting the push together. On the right-hand side, they will have the Rage Potion going through. The balloon is almost on target, not quite. The bomb is going to hit, though. The Kamikaze wins out the fight, ultimately, and they've got their Lava Hound on the left-hand flank.
Man, oh man, the damage is just coming left, right, and center. Kamikaze is just breaking down through the front door. That Lava Hound is so scary. The fact that the Inferno Dragon can at least deal with it is a good opportunity for Clem, but that damage from the balloon doesn't quite do it. They're still in advantage, and that's a lot of damage. This could be so easy. It goes on out. The damage from the double dragons of Kamikaze do take it over, and 2-0 right now.
Oh my gosh, that was close, but not close enough. Clem is now facing down elimination as Kamikaze's Path of Rage continues on. 2 giants here in Trovo Titans, the grand final. This could be a clean sweep. We need to see something more.
Undefeated in the entire tournament so far, and on what am I talking about? Tournament point here for that player, and Kamikaze is just going whole hog right now. That was close, to be fair. Clem did almost take it. Give that half a second, maybe not even that, frankly, more, and they would have actually won out just that second earlier due to the Rage Potion balloon, but unfortunately, it didn't take it. That tiny bit of time was the difference between a win here for Clem and now having their backs up against the wall.
All right, one last chance for Clinton. Let's see what they've got. They're going to be giving across 2 hogs immediately, thanks to that Mother Witch, and it looks like one of them's going to make an impact as well. Strong start for Kamikaze.
Log was really well placed, but now with the Prince actually managing to move forward and a Barbarian to tank up a lot of that damage, this could be good if not for the bomb.
Yeah, that tower's going to be crucial to deny future pushes as well. Kamikaze revealing very little about the play. There we go. More aggro. It's that Ram Rider, which should be able to deal with the Goblins relatively well, but Valkyrie will be too tough to break through. Still sneaks past and gets the hit in.
Mother Witch is going to mean there's a lot of chances to get that bit of extra health as they push on in here. This is going to give them the time as well to build up that elixir and make a big push happen. That fireball, absolutely huge.
Yeah, opens the path for Mother Witch as well, though the log will deny for just a couple of seconds more. Here comes the counter push in from Klim, though. They've got the wall breakers, they've got the miner. They are getting some fairly substantial hits in, but now they have to deal with the consequences.
Good usage here, honestly, Valkyrie to get that aggression away from the tower and make sure they don't lose any more damage. But Head Bandit's still going to get the charge. There's still going to be a decent amount of damage lumped on. And this is actually really interesting because obviously normally you look at this is bad for Kamikaze. He wants to be focusing on the right-hand tower, but actually gives them a lot of options. And I think their composition is very good at going, right, you've committed here, I'm going to commit there. Because they've got the Ram Rider, they've got the Bandit, they've also got the Dark Prince, which all can travel quite fast towards the problem and deal with the suit.
More fireballs, more damage being done. Klim is following a path here that seems to only lead to despair. Wallbreakers coming in, will not get too much of anything done. But as the trades continue onwards, Kamikaze gets further and further ahead.
Look at them trying to find even more ways to push on through. They're going to have to deal with the wall breakers though, because that would put them ahead. Love that they're actually willing to invest the fireball to deal with that. Even though it's a 2 minutes unit, it was in a great position.
Charge coming back in for Kamikaze. They know how far ahead they are. They've managed to chip down both towers of Klim. Time is going a little late in the day here. The Wallbreakers have been dealt with nearly every time. We're in now to sudden death, into overtime. On tournament point, Kamikaze is coming.
Oh, and look at this. Oh, Pekka dragged away. Good play here from Klim. They do not want to go down without a fight.
Natural Wizard doing a nice job there. Wallbreakers coming once again. The AoE, the Dark Prince will deal well with them. As it's another charge. Defensive miner comes through. Klim struggling to find the way through because the miner to the backfield of Kamikaze just doesn't seem like it's enough.
The problem is, right, is when you see a miner deck using defensive miners, when they are behind, that's where you know things are going badly. Good usage of the Electric Wizard here to keep that pressure on for Kamikaze, and they're already piling more damage on.
Pekka is across the divide and into enemy territory. Klim deep now in overtime has to deal with attacks on both flanks. Nice use of the tornado, but it's not going to make the difference. There goes the tower. Kamikaze is undefeated and champion.
Man, oh man, there you see it. Kamikaze, the winner of your 900 euros and obviously Trovo Titans Clash Royale tournament. What a performance.
They came in as giants and Kamikaze leaves as a Titan. What an incredible run all the way through, not dropping a single game. That's a champion to be proud of.
It really is. What a performance. And again, the Dark Horse. No one expected it coming on in here. The qualifiers did not belie them to be such a strong player. They took down all comers. Frankly, they took down Stap, who had obviously taken down one of the most hyped players coming on into this tournament. They obviously just took down Klim, who we were talking about pretty much the entire darn time. And also Lisa there, who was such a magnificent threat. what more can you ask from this guy? He completely took everyone out.
Yeah, honestly, there's nothing more definitive than coming into a competition and absolutely destroying everybody. But hey, as you said, they came in and through the qualifiers. We just had, so little to work from with those qualifiers to know for certain. But let's look at those final standings. There we go. It is now official. Kamikaze will take home 900 euros and the pile of Titan points for a spectacular victory here today.
Yeah, what a performance. Again, I'd love to reiterate it. Great stuff from the player from Montenegro. And again, I want to kind of point out that not only Kamikaze is getting some cash, everybody who took part is going to be able to get some of those, and some of those sweet, sweet Trovo points. Klim, unfortunately, being knocked down a full 500 euros and 50 Trovo points. It sucks to be Klim, but they performed very well over the course of today as they've managed to secure themselves that second place spot.
Yeah, and it's great, at the other end of this Clash Royale competition, to see these names that we've gotten to know. Hopefully, we get to see a whole lot more of them, because right now, Kamikaze has put themselves up on the pedestal, all the way down. We've seen such fantastic play across the board throughout the course of the day. And honestly, I hope these guys keep on going, keep on playing Clash Royale, and keep on streaming it on Trovo.
Yeah, they absolutely should. I mean, obviously, don't forget that if you are interested in signing up for Trovo, you can use the code Trovo Titans when signing up, and you will become an affiliate, and you can get more of those Trovo points for yourself. Definitely very important to keep in mind, and it'd be great to try and cultivate that community here.
All right, guys, that will bring us to the end of our broadcast here today. Thanks, of course, to my co-caster Rook for doing a fantastic job here today, and to our production staff who have been honestly off the charts amazing, working behind the scenes to make sure everything is as spectacular as possible. But for now, we'll have to say goodnight. I've been Counterfeit. We'll hopefully see you guys again down the line, but thank you for joining us for our Clash Royale competition.